I forgot my regular glasses, so nobody make fun of my dollar pair that I keep just in case. Skate Bob. Does this come with instructions? I can look at this later. It's not pertinent to. Perfect. Let me just make sure there's no swear words in it real quick. Okay. Yes, you can censor Skate Bob, but only him. Yeah? Is he here today? Yes, he is. Hello, Mr. Hicks. They're talking about you. Listen, I've got some Tylenol in my purse. Do I need it before you get up with your boombox, or are we okay?
I did bring a demo.
Oh, gosh. Okay. All right. I had such a headache all that night afterwards. You know I don't like taking medicine. Okay, thank you. You ready? Okay, now we'll get serious. It's 1 o'clock. Welcome, everybody, to the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting. It's February 26th at 1 p.m. And to start it off, I am going to ask Pastor Dale Girardin from Christ Family Christian Church to lead us in prayer. And then we're going to have, after him, Chief Petty Officer Kathy Nielsen, who spent 22 years serving us proudly in the United States Navy. Before the pastor says his prayer, and thank you for being here, Pastor. I go to church there with my soul sisters, and I'm so happy that you're here today. Two very beloved people in our community has passed away within the last few days. One, former Senator Dean, Charlie Dean, who most of us just refer to still as Sheriff. Charlie Dean passed away a few days ago, and I just was notified that yesterday, Elida Langley has passed away. Elida Langley sat on the CASA board where I was for many, many years, and she also served in this building for the 5th Judicial Circuit, working with domestic violence cases. So both of these people have been treasured, and they'll be truly missed. So if you will all stand, we'll take a couple moments of silence. And maybe to yourself, you can keep the families of these people in your prayers. Thank you. Thank you, Pastor.
Heavenly Father, I love you and I praise you, and I thank you for the beautiful day you have blessed us with. Thank you for allowing me to be an American. Thank you for the honor of calling Citrus County our home. Father, we lift up our nation this morning. I pray that you would once again bring peace to our communities and we would see unity among all our people. I lift up our leaders at every level of government, and I especially lift up these local leaders to you today. I pray that they would continually seek your guidance, wisdom, and discernment as they carry the weight of public service. Give them courage as they make decisions that affect our families, our businesses, and the future generations here in Citrus County. Grant integrity in every vote that is cast. Protect all those who serve our community, from our first responders to our public employees. And bless the citizens who call this county home. I ask this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. And Chief Petty Officer Kathy Nielsen.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. And thanks again to Pastor Girardin and Miss Kathy Nielsen. Madam Clerk, could you do the roll call, please?
Yes, ma'am. This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners this 26th day of February 2026. In attendance are Chair Diana Finnegan, First Vice Chair, Jana Barrick. Second Vice Chair, Jeff Kennard. Commissioner Rebecca Bays, Commissioner Holly Davis, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond-Letton.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Howard.
Yes, there are two items, additional items. E5, discussion and determination of countywide burn ban status. E6, federal community projects funding requests from Congressman Gus Bilirakis' office. That's all I have.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I would ask also that we include the addition that was emailed. I asked Ms. Lynn to email all of us last night to schedule a shade meeting between the board and Ms. Lynn. I would ask that that be added to the agenda.
Do you want that as an E item, or are you proposing under your name you would like to add that?
Under my name's fine. Trying to see if you had an agenda item on there.
I got a call. I checked my email last night and then haven't checked it since, so I didn't see that.
We'll make sure you get copies of it, paper copies. I'm not sure whether you have those or not, but we'll get those made and brought down.
Okay, board, what's your pleasure?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we approve the agenda with the addition of E5, E6, but not the one for Mr. Kennard, because that's not an emergency issue.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion?
Yes, I don't think it hurts to have a discussion about it. Let's put it on the agenda, we'll have a discussion, and certainly don't have to support it when it comes time to vote, but I don't see the issue with adding it to the agenda.
I could agree with that. Any other board discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Where are you, Commissioner Bays?
Nay.
Nay? Okay. So,
I would make a motion that we accept the agenda with all of the add-ons that Mr. Howard mentioned and the one that I asked for under my name as well.
Second.
motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Bays. Any public comment? You can come to the front. You will have 3 minutes unless you have a letter on file, and then let me know, and the clerk will verify that, and then you would get 5. Please state your name and where you live for the record, and welcome.
My name is Patrick Sanzo. I live on Lunar Terrace off of Gospel Island. And I'd like to second Jeff Kennard's motion that we discuss that, support Gus Bilirakis. But my main reason for being here is living on Gospel Island.
Sir, there's going to be a time for open to the public.
That's what I thought.
But this
Okay.
is just to hear about Mr. Kennard asking about a shade meeting.
That's what I thought.
Okay, thank you. You can come back up in a little bit. Any other public? Okay, any further board discussion? Seeing none, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion carries 3-2. So the agenda, we're adding E5, E6, and M2 under Commissioner Kennard. Okay, we're up to proclamations and awards.
Motion to approve B1, 2, and 3.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? Any board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Please join me in the front.
Would all those representing Newspaper and Education Week please make your way forward? Whereas research tells us that the best way to help children discover the joy of reading and become lifelong readers is to involve them early and often. And whereas helping a child learn and love to read improves students' chances for success in school and beyond. And whereas research shows the students who learn using the newspaper as an educational resource are more likely to become lifelong readers and informed and engaged citizens. And whereas Newspaper and Education is an international program that encourages the use of daily newspaper as a living textbook for students from primary through adult education levels. And whereas the Tampa Bay Times and Citrus County Chronicle newspaper and education programs serve educators, students, and families by providing classroom newspapers, companion materials, and instructional support. And whereas Newspaper and Education Week is commemorated and celebrated annually during the first full school week in March. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County is pleased to commemorate Newspaper and Education Week, March 2nd to the 6th, 2026, and encourage students to read the newspaper daily in school and at home to enhance and enrich their lives. Executed this 26th day of February, 2026.
Thank you very much.
Would all those representing Irish American Heritage Month please make your way forward?
Well, I'm a Finnegan, so I guess that's me too.
Whereas by 1776, nearly 300,000 Irish nationals have emigrated to the American colonies and played a crucial role in America's war for independence. And the 5 signers of the Declaration of Independence were of Irish descent, and 3 signers were Irish born. And Irish Americans helped fashion a system of government to our young nation, and 22 presidents have proudly proclaimed their Irish American heritage. And in 1792, Irish-born James Hoban provided the architectural plans for the White House and served as one of the supervising architects for the construction of the Capitol. And whereas Irish-born Commodore John Barry was recognized by the United States Congress in September of 2002 as the first flag officer of the United States Navy, he also fought the last sea battle of the American Revolution off the coast of Florida. And whereas in 1813, Captain Oliver Perry, an Irish-American, achieved a major naval victory in the Battle of Lake Erie, and in 1942, 5 Sullivan brothers made the ultimate sacrifice for democracy and freedom during the naval battle of Guadalcanal, and later had the destroyer of USS Sullivan commissioned in their memory. And whereas the Irish first came to Spanish La Florida in the 1500s, first as missionaries and mercenary soldiers, and then as planters, traders, businessmen, doctors, and administrators, and 3 of the Spanish governors of La Florida were actually Irish military officers. And Richard Arthur, an Irish-born priest from Limerick who was appointed parish priest for St. Augustine in 1597, an ecclesiastical judge of La Florida, established the first public school in America and opened it to both boys and girls of all races. And whereas Andrew Jackson, whose family came from County Antrim, served as Florida's military governor following its acquisition by the United States and Irish Americans since America's inception, and provided and continued to provide leadership and service to the nation's political, business, and religious establishments. And it is fitting and proper to celebrate the rich cultural heritage and the many valuable contributions of Irish Americans. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby designate the month of March 2026 as Irish American Heritage Month. Executed this 26th day of February 2026.
Sorry. Chair Finnegan, County Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, GLH, good afternoon. Once again, on behalf of the Irish American community in Florida and the Ancient Order of Hibernians, the oldest and largest Irish organization in the world, tracing our roots back to the 1500s as the Ribbon Societies, I would like to express my gratitude for your kind consideration in designating March as Irish American Heritage Month. St. Patrick's Day, March 17th, is without question the biggest celebration of a national day across the globe. Throughout American and Canadian cities, in Ireland, the United Kingdom and Germany, in Norway and Denmark, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, Japan, Nigeria, Grenada, and even on the Caribbean island of Montserrat, the only other country in the world to declare St. Patrick's Day a national holiday, people will be celebrating this occasion and proclaiming themselves Irish for the day. This proclamation coincides with festivities currently underway as Irish Americans once again gather to celebrate their heritage throughout the state of Florida. During the month of March, Irish Floridians proudly reflect on the legacy of their Irish forebears, who have contributed significantly in the areas of education, business, sports, literature, science, engineering, medicine, law enforcement, and the arts. These are just some of the contributions that have been made, not only by the Irish, but by so many ethnic and racial groups who came to these United States from the four corners of the world and who have assisted in developing this great country of ours. As the current National AOH Deputy Secretary, the Florida State Secretary, past National Director of the Southern States, and past Florida State President of the Ancient Order of Hibernians, I would like to acknowledge the esteemed honor the Commissioners of Citrus County have bestowed upon all Irish Americans living within this community on the great state of Florida. Goramahagad Agus Giagrich, Lo Elapadric Fehonagwich. Thank you and have a blessed St. Patrick's Day. Thank you.
Would all those representing National Engineers Week please make your way forward? Whereas National Engineers Week, founded in 1951 by the National Society of Professional Engineers, is always celebrated at the time of George Washington's birthday in February because he was our first president and military engineer. And whereas professional engineers make significant contributions to improve and support our quality of life through innovative and creative solutions to technical problems. And whereas the professional engineers hold considerable responsibilities for public safety, health, welfare, the environment, transportation, water, power, and communications, as well as mechanical, electrical, and electronic devices important to everyday life. And whereas engineers are encouraging our young math and science students to realize the practical power of their knowledge, and whereas the purpose of National Engineers Week is to increase public awareness and appreciation of the engineering profession, and whereas the 2026 National Engineers Week theme, Transform Your Future, is a powerful reminder that engineering shapes our opportunities, our communities, and the futures we can imagine for ourselves and our children. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida hereby proclaims February 22nd through the February 28th, 2026 as Engineers Week, executed this 26th day of February, 2026.
Yeah, Alan Gary's here from Florida, or the Forest chapter of the Florida Engineering Society. He wants to say a few words.
Thank you for honoring the Engineering Society with the recognition of this being Engineers Week. I'm the state director for the Forest chapter of the Florida Engineering Society, and just wanted to tell you a little bit about what we're doing in the community. In addition to what we do as engineers, the message for this year is embracing your future. And we really work hard as an engineering society to raise up that next generation of engineers. And we've had a few things going on this past month, and going into next month that I just wanted to take a moment and share with you. We work in conjunction with the school board to host a math counts event. Middle school age students that are participating in math counts come together for a math counts competition. We call them mathletes. It's about a day long, and they take a series of math tests and compete in a math competition. The winners from our local community go on to a state, regional, and national competition where they're invited to, they'll be on track for scholarships at that point. Coming up on March 7th, we have Engineering Day at the Discovery Science Center. That's open to children aged 5 to 15. And there, the students are engaged in a number of engineering principles, from water filtration, bridge building, egg drop experiment. And throughout that day, they're exposed to a lot of engineering concepts. We're trying to inspire them and raise them up. And for the students that we do inspire, our chapter and the State Engineering Society offers scholarships to high school students and college students. And we're just very appreciative of the recognition you've given us. Very appreciative for the work that Ken puts in for what we do locally and throughout the chapter. Our chapter covers Citrus, Marion, and Levy counties. And just want to thank you. This is Really good.
Do you guys remember doing the egg drop? Did you do that in elementary school? Nobody? Just me? Floral City Elementary? Thank you for letting me do the, yes, I see somebody, yes. The egg drop, you put the egg in the milk carton and you put stuff in it and, you know, the winner's whoever could drop it and not break the egg. It's, thank you, engineers. Thank you, Floral City Elementary School. Okay, we have a time certain not till 1:30, so let's open it to the public. You have 3 minutes to come up here. Anything you would like to tell us about, please keep it to county business. There's a green card on the table. If you haven't filled one out, we're going to need that filled out. They should be numbered, so if you have number 1 on your card, please come to the front.
Chair, did you do consent?
I mean, do you want to do consent before this?
You do it next.
We'll do it. We'll do it afterwards.
I miss things sometimes. So
Okay, you know what, because we used to do it after open to the public. Anyone open to the public? Come on. I got these rogue people again, all out of order. Hi, Bob.
I have number 5, but I lost it. I don't know what happened to it. So. Skater Bob, Floral City. We're now entering into unknown territory with the advent of a data center coming to Citrus County. This has started with the rezoning application in Holder Business Park to heavy industrial. This is an extremely significant decision that you're going to face, and we're going into uncharted territory. And it must be evaluated under an updated comprehensive plan. It's very risky moving forward without an updated comprehensive plan. The development plan should be in compliance with any legislative changes that are at both federal and local state levels. Just last night, the federal government announced that big tech companies have agreed to provide their own power at the data centers. You might think that's very significant, but there's a major problem in that local power generation is going to cause can cause a tremendous amount of noise. The Florida legislature is currently considering several proposals to regulate data centers. I'll give you some examples. Senate Bill 484 includes land use planning and zoning regulations at a state level. House Bill 1007 includes prohibiting data centers in agricultural, conservation, residential, and mixed-use zones. It also indicates mandating public notice by certified mail to property owners within 10 miles. Now, I've given each one of you a map that I developed, and on this map is a circle indicating miles from the center of the proposed Holder Park business area. It's in 1 mile increments, and the blue circle is 3 miles. Take a look at how big of a circle would encompass 10 miles. Very significant. Take a look at within the blue circle how many residences are already there will be directly affected to noise at the proposed business site. House Bill 1517 includes detailed public disclosures on energy, water emissions, and noise impacts. And more significantly, they're proposing penalizing non-compliance, which is revolutionary. So I think it's extremely important that we slow down and wait for legislative changes prior to finalizing our own comprehensive plan.
Thank
It's
you.
really important that we slow down. Thank you very much.
Oh, I found it.
Yay. Next speaker, please. Hello. Are you speaking for the organization?
I am.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Okay.
Habitat for Humanity. Just state your name and where you're from the record.
Justin Leach, Habitat for Humanity, live in Homosassa. Thank you all for listening to me. So I'm here today because later on in the meeting, you have the Workforce Housing Action Plan as an item coming in front of you. And I just want to, I know that we've all discussed this at separate times, but reiterate the importance that Habitat believes is in this plan and what can come out of it and result. And I know that there's likely a lot of study fatigue going on, but I want to certainly put out there that Habitat, being a strong community partner, will certainly work to ensure that this is not another plan that sits on the shelf collecting dust. So we intend to actually use the recommendations and work with the county to implement this plan. And furthermore, you know, we're willing to put significant skin in the game to ensure that this gets done. So our board of directors has already voted and approved to cost share this with the county up to 50%, so $25,000. Our board's already voted and approved that. So I'd like you just to know that and consider that when you discuss this later today. If you have any questions, I'll be here.
Justin, I do have a question.
Okay.
You know, because we're going to, it'll be under consent, but I wanted to pull that because I am tired of getting consultants to no end. And that was my question. To what end is this? I looked at the Ocala one. It didn't tell me anything that each one of these smart people up here could figure out, and our staff on their own. So obviously, if you're saying it's going to help Habitat for Humanity, that I could get on board with. How? How is it going to help you?
So these plans should and do recommend specific land development code changes, permitting changes, et cetera. So they're going to look at the full language of what we have here and all of our demographics, economics, et cetera, and make these specific recommendations. And those are the things, you know, we've all talked about this, that we struggle with. We feel, you know, there's roadblocks in certain instances that potentially could be changed at your level. That would make this a lot easier, a lot cheaper, a lot more efficient.
And we are doing that through another consultant, right? So we're doing that already, looking at land development changes. And so the whole housing community, including Habitat, could give that information of what's important to you as we're going through a whole comp plan update and an upgrade, if you will.
Yep, understood. Valid point. Still, I worry about what are the actual workforce or affordable housing components of that, of what's happening now. Will that be the same as what the Florida Housing Coalition, who specializes in this very thing, who's also a nonprofit, but will they come up with the same results? That I don't know.
So I'll tell you what, since we're at open to the public, when we get to consent, I'll pull that off so we can all have a discussion, and then maybe you could come back up here. Does that sound fair?
That'd be great.
Okay, thank
right,
you.
thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Next speaker.
Once again, my name is Patrick Sanzo. I live on Lunar Terrace off of Gospel Island. And I'm here to request of the county commissioners to put in a work order, maybe, I don't know how it goes about, engineers, whatever, to widen that road enough for at least bicycles. And by a foot on each side would help tremendously. 2 feet on one side, however they deem possible. The road needs to be resurfaced anyway, and I'd like to see them put in somewhat of a bike lane. At the beginning of it, it says, share the road with bikes. Makes you think it is a bike lane. I came from out of state 3.5 years ago, thinking that meant it was a bike lane, and I rode my bike down 41, got on to crossed over to Snow Memorial Highway, and I got hit by a car, and the car that hit me, it was just their mirror, and it hit the handle of mine, threw me 15 feet off the road, and I have injuries to my back. As Commissioner Kennard can probably testify to, I went to his practice because I had to file a lawsuit. And I would like to see the county implement a plan for all county roads that they would have a 2-foot area for bicycles to ride. We have a wonderful bicycle trail system throughout the state, but accessing it is tough for a bicyclist. So I'd like to see them start to widen some roads, starting with Gospel Island, which is a county road, and to widen enough for a bicycle anyway to pass by. Right now, the road from the white line to the yellow line is 8.5 feet. State law requires a car to pass by 3 feet past, give a bicyclist 3 feet when they pass them. We're having problems with cars passing. Recently, we had a bicyclist die on Gospel Island Road that got hit. And so, I mean, when you ride a bicycle, it's about 2 feet wide, and you're riding on a 3-inch white line that isn't necessarily all the way there going up and down the road. So I'd like to see a 2-foot wide area for bicyclists. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. It's actually a wonderful idea, just millions and millions of dollars. Mr. Hicks, we have 1 minute before our time certain.
Part 5 of my educational series. It's hard 3 minutes at a time, but I want to have some fun today. So I want to talk about, I've been offering various groups on social media and basically anybody that'll listen, 60, 92-hour minute sit-down sessions about all the intricacies of data centers and how they can help the county and how they can't. And so today, there's a petition going around on social media against a data center. I noticed just now it's got about 1,000. So I thought I would dig into this petition a little bit, and I invite these people to also sit down and have a coffee. This petition is using Project JADE, J-A-D-E, as an example. And JADE is in Cheyenne, Wyoming. And JADE, the data center, consumes 1.8 gigawatts on startup. And then it goes to almost double that. Now, I'll spare you the details, but that's about 36 times the size of the $3 to $9 million revenue project that I expressed to you all in the emails about this. 36 times the size of it is the one that they chose for the survey. Now, Project JADE is, it's ultimately going to run 23 terawatt hours per year. What a number. Just to put that into perspective, all of Citrus County runs 2 terawatt hours per year. So this puppy's going to be like 12 times the whole county on startup. This will almost double Wyoming's electricity. JADE is on 1,375 acres. As you know, Holder's 1,356 acres. Just want to put that into perspective. JADE is being done by Crusoe. Crusoe's a top-notch data center builder, and they go out and they attract customers that are like Oracle, OpenAI, Google, Meta, Microsoft, and their prior contract to this one that's used in the survey is in Abilene, Texas. And so we can use real information from Abilene to talk about how Project JADE is going to do, and we can use specific scientific principles. So if I translate Project JADE into Citrus County, this is exactly the kind of builder we want. Project JADE, as I told you, is 36 times the size of the $3 to $9 million site that I expressed. And if Project JADE was in Holder, it would use approximately 14 equivalent homes of water per year to fill it. And then it won't need water again. So after that, annual usage will be 2 homes per year. These guys are on the zero water, closed loop, everything combined. So it has a 500-page site plan. And so I brought you guys a data center site plan test tool today so you could execute the thump test. And if the site plan for your data center doesn't pass the thump test, then you can say, hey, you know what? It's probably missing some stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks.
You bet.
Okay, forgive me we're going to have to pause. We have a time certain at 1:30. And then as soon as our time certains are done, we will pick this up where we left off. And so welcome with Lacucci Technical College. Miss Colleen and Miss Donna's here. Just tell the public who you are, please, and your positions.
Good afternoon. I'm Colleen Strickland, and I am the director of Withlacoochee Technical College.
Good afternoon, Donna Boley, Assistant Director with Withlacoochee Technical College.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Howard, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Today is the start of a continuation of many conversations that I've been able to have the opportunity to have over the last 6 months. I've just become the director of Withlacoochee Tech in July and moved back to Florida from North Carolina. So I'd like to thank the Citrus County Advisory Board, the Citrus County Aviation Advisory Board, Commissioner Rebecca Bays, Steve Howard, Steve Bayham, Todd Reagan, Carlton Hall, Joe Faraday, Scott Hebert, and some of our local businesses like Capable Aviation Solutions that have been working with me to be able to bring this presentation today. So WTC, I think, is one of the best kept secrets in Citrus County, and we'd like for it not to be a secret. WTC is not just a school, it's a county-wide economic asset. So at WTC, do we have the slides? Yes. So at WTC, we offer 19 workforce programs that train students for the critical jobs that keep Citrus County running. We serve high school graduates, returning adults, veterans, career changers, and residents who need a second chance. Our programs span from adult education to nursing, cybersecurity, culinary, HVAC, adult ed. These programs feed directly into Citrus County's economy, filling local vacancies with job-ready graduates. Some things that make us special is that we're local, we have low-cost tuition, we offer financial aid such as Pell and VA benefits, we have enormous scholarships from our generous community that supports us. You can get a career in most cases in less than a year. And our students, like I said, range from high school students to retired veterans. So you can see we have some high school students on the screen, and then we have one of our students, Frankie, who's retired Green Beret and paratrooper. So it's quite a combination on campus. We do have a dilemma that is a challenge for us. It's a blessing and a challenge, and that is for some of our programs, our students have to wait 2 years to enter because we are at full capacity. So some examples of those programs that have a long waiting list would be HVAC, welding, electrical, critical to one of our needs here in Citrus County, which is construction. So our enrollment has grown 15% over the last 5 years. We have people waiting for programs. That means we have employers waiting for employees. Our students are ready today. Our community is ready for them now. So our opportunity is, of course, you know that Citrus County is growing. Employment is up over the last few years. Top industries are healthcare, retail, construction. Demand is definitely here. These are all our students, by the way, in the pictures. So what we're really asking for is no more waiting, more opportunity for our students. And if a student's ready to learn, we'd like to be ready to teach them and have the opportunity for everyone. So what we're planning is 3 aspects. We are working on expansion. So we are working to grow programs that countywide that meet workforce needs. An example of that is our professional nursing program that we started in January. That is a bridge program. Our students can earn their RN in 11 months. We're one of 4 technical colleges in Florida to be able to offer that opportunity. We had over 100 applicants. We were able to accept 16. So we would like to be able to provide for all of those students. Aviation, airframe, and power plant mechanics, which is the focus of our conversation today. And then we have also been working with Chief Craig Stevens and his team to think about bringing back firefighter and EMT to WTC. If we did that, that would make those programs eligible for financial aid, such as Pell and VA benefits and other state waivers. It also would allow access to EMT coursework, which is required for firefighters currently not available in Citrus County. So we would be able to handle that in-house. And then, of course, you know, we're all excited about the possibility of the new Public Safety Training Center, which would be able to improve conditions for both firefighter and law enforcement, corrections, and several other areas in the community. We're also looking at renovation. Our oldest buildings are at complete electrical capacity. They cannot support any modern equipment. So for example, in our welding program, we'd like to have robotic welders. We're at capacity to be able to add that. The last time that we had an estimate was in 2023 for how much that would cost, and it would be about $750,000 to be able to expand opportunity there for electrical. So to remain competitive, we need to be able to upgrade our labs, infrastructure, and technology. And then we're also just working on innovation. So expanding hybrid and evening programs to support working adults and parents, and then exploring new and emerging programs like artificial intelligence to be able to further the growth in industry in Citrus County. So, oh, I think I popped too far. Let's see. Oh, I might be going backwards. Oh, thank you. Let's go right here. Yeah, Citrus. So as Citrus County continues expanding the Inverness Airport with an incubator, industrial park, and additional hangar capacity, WTC is proposing a strategic workforce partnership that would be launching an FAA certified airframe and power plant mechanic program to serve both the local economy and the rapidly growing national need. The demand is extraordinary. Boeing projects more than 716,000 new A&P technicians will be needed globally by 2043. These are high-skill, high-wage careers, and our tuition would remain affordable. We could do both classes at less than $8,000 per program, and it's fully eligible for Pell Grants, VA benefits, and other state waivers. One of the most exciting aspects of this field is the growth of itinerant maintenance workers. Many of the A&P mechanics work on call, traveling to wherever an aircraft is grounded, performing critical repairs, and moving to the next site. It's flexible, mobile, and highly compensated. There's also an enormous opportunity in Citrus County to become a repair and logistics hub. Aircraft components needing repair can be shipped to maintenance facilities within Citrus County. With trained technicians at Inverness Airport, damaged parts could be shipped here, repaired in Citrus County, and then shipped back out, bringing new industry and activity and revenue into the county. So in your folder, you have a white paper that has a lot of details about the timeline. So I'll try to just summarize that very quickly. Our proposed timeline includes FAA certification, facility development, and phased program launches. So if we were to apply for a Florida Job Growth Grant for a hangar and then a second companion grant for the curriculum and equipment that's needed, and we waited for a new hangar to be built, we would be looking at a start date of January 2029 for our first course. However, there is an important opportunity that could accelerate that timeline. If an existing hangar at the airport becomes available for temporary instructional use, we could begin offering the A&P coursework much sooner, based on conversations that we've had with other technical colleges across Florida. The typical stand-up time for an A&P program is between 18 and 24 months when there's an instructional space that already exists. That means that Citrus County could be seeing students training and employers seeing benefits far earlier than a 2030 timeline. So today I'm just asking for the board's partnership as we pursue legislative funding, workforce grant funding, and move through the FAA approval process. And I really appreciate your support with exploring some short-term and long-term facility options at the airport. Thank you for your partnership and your leadership. I welcome your questions and your collaboration as we can grow this opportunity together. I would like to share with you some of our results of what we contribute to Citrus County. I don't know if I'm going ahead. So we have right now 19 programs. We serve over 800 students a year. Our completion rate is 96%. Our job placement is 92%. Our licensure rate is 95%. That puts us in the top of technical colleges in Florida. So we're really proud of that, and we want to serve Citrus County. So thank you for this opportunity today.
I have a question.
Yes.
So if you were able to rent a hangar for your A&P program, how quickly could you start the curriculum? Because you said you need to get it, right? You don't have any of that yet?
Well, the curriculum is in place, but we could potentially be starting in 18 months to 24 months because the equipment that we need to purchase has to be fabricated. And so that takes 10 months on average to be able to get that equipment once it is ordered, and you give a 25% down payment on it. So
with that, just from having a history of grant writing, it seems like if you could do this, this may help you get a grant for what you're really wanting to do by 2029, correct? Like this would, if you have a proven program, I assume that looks way better than just, hey, we want to try this.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
board? Oh,
I'll make
everyone's saying yeah.
comments.
Go ahead.
I think this lady is absolutely a rock star in our community. I think we're very fortunate to have her here. I've had the opportunity to work with her. Unfortunately, she broke her collarbone while we were in Tallahassee because we had a meeting set up to go meet with Alex Kelly and talk about the Jobs Growth Grant. So I'm in very strong support of this technical college program that you want to create. And I don't believe it's just a school expansion, but this is an economic development strategy for our community. We've talked about growing our local workforce for years and attracting higher wage employers and creating opportunities so our young people don't feel like they need to leave Citrus County to build a successful future. When we invest in technical education, we invest in jobs that exist right now and jobs that are coming. So I think this is exactly what this county needs. It needs this shot in the arm and opportunities because we have a lot of folks living here. I mean, we've got to start investing in our younger generation and providing some real true economic opportunity for them. And I think this is exactly the program to do it. So I'm all on board, whatever I can do to help you. We talked earlier, and we're going to have that discussion in Tallahassee with the Secretary of Commerce.
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership. I appreciate your support.
Commissioner Kennard?
No, I'm good.
You good?
Sounds great.
Commissioner
I'm on
Beard?
board.
I've got some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, since you have a waiting list, what are you doing to hire more teachers to cut the wait time for the students?
We are looking at our enrollment process now to where that we can add additional staff based on where our students are. So for electrical, currently we have two instructors, we have one lab. So we have two courses going at the same time. So part of the course requirement is to be able to have 50% of the student time working on the trainers and the equipment and the machinery. So in order to add another session of electrical, I would need to have another electrical lab for our students. So that's part of the looking at updating and expanding the campus for our
Where do you
students.
plan to get the money for that?
Well, I think we probably would have to request a legislative appropriation grant. That's how other technical colleges have been able to expand and have more updated facilities. The last time we got a new facility was 1993, and that's the building that holds our public safety training. So that's where we do law enforcement and corrections. So of course, as the new public safety building becomes available, we'll be able to utilize those classrooms, but we know that several years out.
Okay, so if you're adding this program, how can you provide education and training to all who apply? In other words, you want to rent a building or a hangar, You're gonna have to get the equipment, and you said it's gonna take minimum of 10 months to get the equipment. How can you say you're gonna provide this education? Do you have the teaching staff that you know you're gonna be able to hire, or are they just gonna fall from the sky when you say we've got the building? Okay, you're planning, and I'm thinking and I'm listening, and I wanna know what you've done, what steps you've taken so far.
So far, we have met with Steve Bayham, the economic director for Citrus County, and then also Todd Reagan in Carlton Hall. Todd Reagan is the project manager for the airport, and we have discussed the potential of hiring candidates, of course, with career and technical education. Hiring someone who is a licensed and has experience in the field is difficult for us in Citrus County because we're asking people who are making six figures to come and work for a teacher salary. So that could be one of the things that I would propose too with the county commissioners, is maybe thinking about doing some type of supplement so that we can attract and recruit instructors. So right now, a lot of our instructors are retired, and it's a work of heart for them because they are coming directly from the field. So to answer your question, I have been approached by 4 individuals who are interested in teaching the AMP program, and they have the credentials that they need to do that. And so I've tactfully said, you know, when we get to that point, we will post the position and we have a hiring process that we go through. So yes, I do believe we have the candidates out in our community who would be certified and eligible to take that position.
And they're willing to take $45,000 a year, like our teachers get.
Right, yes.
Okay, yeah, that's why to me, these are reasonable questions to ask, because who's gonna pay the bill if you hire somebody for $100,000?
Well,
It's
I
gonna be
can't.
the residents.
Right, I can't pay outside of the district's contract.
Okay.
I can't pay for that.
Now-
They're on a salary schedule. But we do allow for people to bring in 15 years of their experience. And that's the same for teachers who come in from other counties or other states. They can come in and they can start at that level at the pay range.
I understand that, because I came in as a teacher from an out of county and out of state, and I got paid for not all of my experience, but some of it. So I do
Yes.
understand that part of it.
That happened to me too, yes.
So now, renovations, how long do you think they're gonna take?
Well, it depends on which programs we go with. We have an opportunity at the school, at the college level, to apply for a capitalization grant. That'll be released in July. And that has a pretty quick turnaround. It's through the Florida Department of Education, and it focuses on renovating current facilities. And so depending on when we find out if we can get approved for that, I would say it's gonna take at least 10 months to be able to get a project completed, depending on the in-depthness that needs to occur for that.
Okay, now, does this cut into any of the students that are studying right now into having their hands-on experiences?
No, what I would propose is that we apply for a grant in order to build a hangar at the Inverness Airport, and we have some previous plans for such a hangar and have that as the classroom space there. And then we would serve our students there as an instructional service center off-site. So that would be the ideal place, because they are at the airport seeing all of the equipment, how an airport works. So this would be an additional opportunity. And a lot of times what you'll find with our students is that sets them apart is they are not interested in what an AA or a BA degree offers. They're not interested in taking a humanities class or sitting in biology or chemistry. They want to get in there and they want to get their hands dirty and get started. So what you'll see our students do is take electrical. They finish that, they take HVAC. They finish that, they go into industrial machinery and controls, and then
They don't come back.
they don't come back because everybody wants to hire them, right?
That's
so
correct.
in a year and a half, they've got 3 major credentials ready to go. So this would just be one more opportunity for them to be able to have that.
Now, on your PowerPoint, I saw you had 9.5 million. Okay.
Yes.
But when I read the presentation here that you gave us, it's 9.676 million. Where is that difference gonna come from?
Well, probably my Excel sheet. I'm sure it is a typo.
which one is the typo? The one for the 9.5 million or the one for the 9.676?
The 1.95.
The 9.5, okay, so it is gonna be the higher the amount.
Well, I mean, that's the projection right now.
Okay.
So we have a list of all of the equipment that would be needed and what the cost is right now. And this is that proposal, that would be for everything, a center of excellence.
Mhm.
Every possible thing that we would want.
And you've taken into
so
consideration inflation for the products?
We did a 5% increase on that.
Okay.
Because we were anticipating a 1% increase each year.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for the information.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a good program. I'm not saying it's not. What I'm saying is, these things, we have to know.
Yes.
You know, people have to know. I mean, you can say you're gonna have a new program, and unless you've got the actual funding that you need, is the 9.6 gonna be enough, or are you gonna need 10 million by the time you start doing this? So you need to plan if it's gonna take 10 months before you can do whatever.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, and we have looked at what would be, this would be our top, the center of excellence, what we could do. And then we've also looked at bare bones. What could we do just to get started?
Okay.
Of course, anything that we present in Citrus County, we'd like it to be a center of excellence for our students.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis, anything?
Yes. I just wanted to applaud all of your efforts, and you are doing a fantastic job, Colleen. And as Donna knows, I've long been a fan of WTC, to the point that y'all dragged me into women in welding. I was not very good with my single lesson, so I really appreciated that, and appreciate everything that y'all do for the community.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your support. And thank you all for your leadership.
Ms. Strickland, Ms. Boley, great presentation. Thank you for your efforts. However we can help, funding's always hard, but I love the idea of you renting, like getting your project started while you're looking at the bigger picture for your project. I love people that can have a plan A and a plan B. And of course, please keep expanding the trades. I do know that there's waiting lists and a lot of young people, and not so young, looking to start over, looking at those trades to make a good living, and many businesses need those people. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed, and the two of you are doing a remarkable job. Thank you both.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for your leadership. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Okay, looks like we have 4 minutes until our next time certain. So the next speaker for open to the public, I could probably get one more in. And Justin, I wanted to tell you, I apologize because I did say while we're waiting for the speaker that the item was on consent, and it's not, it's in the bids, but we'll pull it out of the bid for discussion so you can say a lot more. Hello, Ms. Wheeler.
Hello, Barbara Wheeler from Inverness, and here about the workforce housing as well. So while I'm also not a fan necessarily of hiring consultants, I think that in this particular case, I fully support working with Florida Housing Coalition. I have worked with them before, with other counties, and I just ask you to let the experts in affordable housing and workforce housing come into our community and work with us to develop a plan to address the needs for workforce housing. We've been discussing this issue for years. I know because I've been a part of it. And I believe it's time that we put forward developing a plan. I know that Commissioner Bays has, made the comment that it's like, what is workforce housing? I think it's time for us to come up with that definition for Citrus County so that we can come up with a plan to address it. As we continue to see the numbers increase in homelessness because people cannot afford housing here, how are we going to do this? We just keep talking about it. We need a plan. We need the experts. Florida Housing Coalition, Florida Housing Finance, they're there for a reason. They can do this. So I'm just asking you to take that into consideration as you're discussing this issue. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify, it's actually been me for 2 years saying if we keep talking about workforce housing, we need to define it, but we can talk about that later.
Thank you.
I know, and it seems like I'm saying two different things and I'm not. All right, next person, got 2 more minutes.
2 minutes?
Well, you get 3, but 2 minutes till our time certain is due. I wouldn't cut you off out of your minute, Mr. Hutterly.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Chuck Hutterly, 3355 South College Avenue, Inverness. Thank you for taking your time in your very busy schedule to respond to my request for pollinator plants and new development landscaping plans with your new comp plan coming up. There's a broader initiative and legislative concept relating to promoting native plants and new development landscaping plans. Smart growth by encouraging development in designated areas would be the key to philosophy behind the request for promoting native plants and landscaping, new development. Example would be outer perimeter areas, boulevards, not directly in front of businesses, right away. The request for pollinator plants is often overlooked, low on the radar, more asphalt, more concrete, water utilities, etc. is core infrastructure needs. I get that, but I think there's some room for native plants to be installed in new development on your comp plan. Maybe you can consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mention that at a timely time as we're redoing the comp plan. Okay, Ken, you're on. 2 o'clock. We have a public hearing for the North Fort Island Trail Septic to Sewer Assessment Area Corrections.
Good afternoon, Chair, board members. Ken Cheek, Water Resources Director. Today's public hearing is to correct some inaccuracies in the prior assessment that we did last July. Basically, there's 5 properties that are affected. 4 need to be taken out. They actually self-funded a sewer project to get themselves connected. They were within the larger envelope of the project, but they had already gotten themselves connected. So obviously they got no additional benefit from the sewer project, so we need to take them out. There was 1 property that we need to add back in. It was also within the project area. There is a sewer lateral to that property. Mea culpa, I guess we just missed that one. But ironically, the property owner called us and said he needed to be in the assessment because he wanted to get connected to sewer. So it all works out in the end, but those are the 5 properties that we need to take care of. It affects nothing else none of the other properties are affected. The amounts do not change. So in order to get this in place, we need to hold the public hearing. Following that, if you're so inclined, we would ask you to give us a positive result on the remaining items so we can get it adopted.
Okay. Anyone from the public would like to speak only about the North Fort Island Trail Septic to Sewer Assessment? Anyone? Okay, we'll close the public portion. Board?
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am?
I'd like to make a motion to accept I, and it's letters B through D, and authorizing and approval of everything from section B, C, D, and E.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Barrick.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Cheek. Okay, back to open to the public. Is there anyone else that would like to speak about any county topic? Come to the front. Welcome.
My name is Charles Carr. I'm a flight instructor at the Crystal River Airport, and I'm a member of the Aviation Advisory Board. We had a long discussion about the plans with Lacucci Technical Institute to start an A&P program, and we were unanimous in our support. And I have a letter here that was written by Heiko Kallenbach, and he requested that I read it into the record for this meeting. It says, "Ladies and gentlemen, please accept this letter of support for from the Aviation Advisory Board of Citrus County for the FAA Part 147 Aviation Airframe and Power Plant Training Program currently under development with Lacucci Technical Institute. In consideration of the county's economic development strategy, the Aviation Advisory Board believes that this program aligns closely with regional workforce development goals and the continued growth of the aviation industry, and has potential to become a meaningful asset to the Citrus County. There's a well-documented demand for qualified airframe and power plant technicians and mechanics, both nationally and in Florida, with strong job placement and competitive wage potential. Establishing this program initially and locally could create a pipeline of skilled talent, allowing students to remain in Citrus County while training for an aviation career and supporting the attraction of aviation-related businesses and local workforce as the local workforce expands. The Aviation Advisory Board encourages the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners to consider any assistance deemed feasible, such as the potential use of the instructional hangar at either Crystal River or Inverness Airport, of course, subject to availability and applicable county policies. A partnership of this nature could support program affordability, long-term sustainability, and benefiting both students and prospective employers. Additionally, the Aviation Advisory Board recommends that the county and Withlacoochee Technical College explore opportunities for legislative appropriation and external funding sources to support the program infrastructure, equipment, and startup needs. County participation in pursuing complementary grant opportunities may also further the workforce development, aviation education, and broader economic growth opportunities. The Aviation Advisory Board emphasizes that it's important for collaboration between the Withlacoochee Technical College, the county, and aviation stakeholders to ensure the success of this initiative. The board views this effort as a strategic investment in Citrus County's future and in workforce economic diversification, and offers continued support and advisory capacity as the program moves forward. It's respectfully submitted Heiko Kallenbach, Chair of the Aviation Advisory Board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker? Anyone else would like to speak? Open to the public. Okay, I will close open to the public. And we'll move on to the consent agenda.
Motion to approve consent agenda in full.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment on the consent agenda? Any board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, regular business. So I'll go ahead and make the motion because we have some people that would like, I think, to discuss E1D further. So I will make a motion to approve the bids E1A through C.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Bays. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Okay, E1D. The reason that I wanted to pull, besides the people being here, which may have been because of my briefing yesterday, so I'm asking for it myself. I joked, board, that if we have another consultant that cannot answer to what end, I'm going to say we should spend the money to hire a consultant to tell us how many more consultants that we need. When I was first on the board, I agreed to some of these because it was always, well, we'll save people money in the long run. I feel like we did well with our pavement management consultant, and it came with the program. It was to what end, and we saw what end it would be. It would be to pave our roads in a better way and save taxpayers money. So when I saw this, and then I looked at the backup, I hope everyone read the one from Marion County. Basically, what I got out of it for Marion was we're going to identify that, hey, you need to find money if you want to give property over to this, and what does that look like? Well, back then it was ARPA money, general fund. Like, we already know that, right? We know if we need this, and we wanted to find property. It's just everything's funding, right? Like Steve always says, the F-bomb. So I did not see the answer to what end. How is this information going to be used, money spent? I have every bit of appreciation for our own housing authority and Michelle Alford, and of course you, Justin, with Habitat for Humanity and all the work that you're doing. I've been a cheerleader for your organization too. So maybe we can discuss that. To what end? How will this information actually help? We are already paying a consultant to look at our comp plan that can address all of these things in it. So I was not planning on voting yes for this, but obviously I don't want to miss anything, and I want everyone to have every opportunity to speak on this. And yes, I have been the one for years at strategic planning meetings saying, if we want to talk about affordable housing, we need to define it. Although there are some definitions of the percentages of income and what that looks like for affordable housing, yes, but some for workforce housing. My point was always the board, when approving developments, would say, oh, we need this because we need the workforce housing, yet those developments did not equal workforce housing in any way. So the thought was, if we defined it when we were approving developments, if we wanted to put something in it, if X amount of properties looked like this, or if a partnership looked like this, where it would lead to a certain rent or a certain cost for actual workforce housing, but we weren't doing that. So that's my thought on all of this, and if the board wants to say something before I open it up, well, I guess we would need a motion before we open it up to the public.
I'd make a motion that we approve item E1D.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard and seconded by Commissioner Davis. And I'll open it up to the public. Come on.
Very important. I know we can utilize it. We will get real results out of this, so.
What does that look like? Because I'm all open to approve something that's going to help you. You're going to get the information. How does that help Habitat?
Through I'll call them policy changes, probably not the correct term, but changes to land development code, specific changes in permitting, perhaps utility fees, how they're calculated for affordable housing, things of that nature. Those are big burdens to us and other people that work in this field, affordable or workforce housing, and I know there's room for improvement there. There's things that we can do, and I'm not expecting it to say, hey, the county needs to shell out a bunch of money and give it to Habitat or any other organization. Right. No, or donate land or anything like that, but it's those changes in our land development code, permitting, et cetera, which is where I think we're going to get the bang for the buck.
So you reminded me of when you invited me out there and we had a conversation. So I'm just going to say sold. You did it. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. All right, thank you all.
Can I have a minute to follow up with that?
Of course.
Because I'm here to support what Justin is saying, because he was actually at our recent AHAC meeting, and he's the one that helped convince me to come before you as well. Habitat is trying to figure out how to do workforce housing. The problem is that, and Steve Howard was recently at our Rotary meeting, and we were talking about how much land is already platted. That's a done deal. But we have other land that hasn't been platted, and we have a density problem. I mean, the problem is that Habitat cannot move forward with trying to put that workforce housing together in Citrus Springs, in these places that are already platted, because it's not going to be affordable. If we don't find some areas that we can decrease density, or, I know people that are working on different projects and they're looking at needing to go beyond those 3 stories. Without that in our comp plan, we can't move forward with what needs to be done. I mean, there's a lot of things that are changing in the state and the federal government regarding, funding and what it can be used for. Fortunately, that's a thing that the Florida Housing Coalition, Florida Housing Finance, that does the studies on affordable housing, work together. They're keeping up with those things. I think that that's the extra punch that we need to come into our community and help us pull this plan together. I'm fully in support. I was out Habitat a couple weekends ago doing my hammering. But as they keep saying, we can't do this one house at a time. There's got to be a better way to approach this issue, and we need that help. And I don't know whether the people that are working on the comp plan are looking at focusing on this. We need this as a specific focus, in my opinion, because things are not getting better in our community. They're getting worse. And the state, is coming down on homelessness. There's all kinds of issues going on. And so all of the pieces, I just think it's time for the pieces to come together as we're working on our comp plan. So those are my thoughts.
Well, the two of you have completely changed my mind because of the two of you, and I'll do whatever we can to support Habitat. So when they're talking to all of you, you hold their feet to the fire. I don't want the report to come back and say, here's some property, figure out how to pay for it. Like real thoughts, Justin, that will be helpful to you. And like you said, with some of those fees and different things and how we can structure things differently, those are the kind of things that I would like to see. Hi there.
Yes, Noel, how you doing? There's all kind of trips there right now. There's a townhouse project going 200 feet from my house. It's an excellent project, and the hurdles that they put out there and trying to block it from being done is unbelievable. ISRs, OSRs, story heights, I mean, all kind of issues that are out there that are not in other counties. So not only is it redoing the comp plan, you got to redo the LDC also to match that. But if you want the housing in there, you need to change some of these items that they constantly get tripped up in PDC. And I'm sure staff is well aware of all the stuff that triggers it because they see when they deny something or recommend denial.
Thank you.
Chair,
Ma'am.
is his name stated?
Gaston, can you come put your name into the record, say it into the microphone?
Gaston Hall.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak about this issue? Okay, I'll close open to the public. We have a motion, a second. Any further board discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to chime in. Okay. If you look at the Citrus County statistics and data, 32% of our households are in Alice. And I think this is exactly the reason, because this particular report would identify the missing middle. So we're talking about our school teachers, our firefighters, our policemen. It's part of more of a economic development, because businesses don't move here if we don't have a workforce. And we keep talking about how we're going to diversify our tax base, how we're going to grow responsibly. This is part of growing responsibly, and we have to find a way. This isn't about having subsidized housing. This is finding the missing middle and being able to identify how we can put this type of inventory into our community.
Thank you. Commissioner Barrick?
I sit here and I look and I listen and I look and I listen and I've been to different meetings. Okay, the comp plan is being worked on currently. Okay, and at this point, I feel we have too many consultants working on the Citrus County comp plan that don't live in Citrus County. They don't know who our residents are, what we really want. They come in, they ask a couple of questions, and they think they know what we want. Okay, so what is affordable housing? We have definitions of that. It's in our plan. You know, we have a definition. So if we work on that and use that definition that we already have, okay, we could use our employees that are out there in the field working with our citizens right now to turn around and add another consultant is not my idea of saving money or being kind to the people that are the Alice population, that are paying day by day by day, that cannot afford to have everything increased. Okay, my other question is, how much profit do our builders need to make? They're the ones that keep increasing the prices of the housing. Now, I know Habitat does a nice job of trying to keep it down, but they have guidelines that you have to follow for who can actually get a house and can't get a house. Okay? That's the hard part, because you can only, you stop at a certain point. But some of the builders, I am sure, could do something to help the people that don't have. And I went to a meeting the other week, and there are programs out there for zero down payment. Okay? And people can't afford zero down payment if the monthly price is fine. We have people out there spending $1,900 minimum to rent a house. That's a lot of money, okay? To get a down payment and then pay $1,900, okay, it's impossible. But there are programs out there, and Michelle Alford and the group over at the Resource Center have the ability to tell us if someone actually goes there and asks questions. We have the resources there. I went to a meeting with Gus Bilirakis last week, and there are at least 10 agencies in this county that address people that have financial problems. So I looked at this and I said, I'm tired of spending money for outside consultants. We have people that know what needs to be done, and we should allow them to come up with a plan that they feel would be for our county. Thank you.
Anyone else? No? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Thank you for being here.
Motion to approve E2?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E3?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? Any further board comment? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E4?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. E5. The chief, you want to come up here?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I've requested to keep the burn ban in place due to the fact that we have the drought index is currently, as of yesterday, was at 489, and it continues to increase. The other part of that is we look at the map, and 63% of Citrus County is below that 500, but you also have 37% of Citrus County that is above the 500. We've had some conversations with our partners with forestry, the Florida Forest Service. Our area supervisor, he was on board with that. Both the city fire chiefs, based on the upcoming forecast of the weather, we might get some rain coming in on Friday and Saturday. But we need much more rain than that to eliminate the drought that we're in right now. And then, of course, we look at the condition and the vegetation that we're dealing with. It's all extremely dry right now, and it's like a timber box out there. And then, of course, the actions of our surrounding jurisdictions, countywide or Central County or Central Florida, statewide, is pretty much on a burn ban. And we look at Levy County and Hernando County, both of those are above 500 in the drought index. And then obviously going back to the fact of you put all that together, we have a dangerous situation. Based on all these factors, it's my professional judgment that lifting the burn ban would be unreasonable risk to our citizens in the county. Well, this may not be the most popular vote But I have to think about the whole county to make sure we keep them safe. So at this time, you know, I requested to keep the burn ban in place.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
motion to approve E5 for the safety of our community and our firefighters.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment?
Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
the backup states that you need to state either continuation or rescission of the burn ban.
I believe Commissioner Bays just said she would like to continue it,
Okay.
and it was seconded. Yes. Anyone from the public? Any further board discussion?
I wanted to have one fire this winter before it got warm, just one.
Sorry.
I'm fully in favor of it.
We've all seen the emails of how many brush fires have been
Oh,
happening.
no, I'm absolutely,
Yeah.
I'm just giving him a little grief, just joking, that's all.
And I don't want to be Polk County or Pasco County.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Chief. Thanks for keeping our citizens safe. Okay, E6.
Motion to approve E6?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Veronica Kemschroer, there you are. Veronica's going to share with us our outstanding commission items. Hi there.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Veronica Kampschroer, Special Projects Manager. I just have a few updates on your Commissioner list. The first one is the Fort Island Trail Park Boat Ramp Expansion Feasibility Study. We did host our on-site project kickoff meeting on the 4th of February, and Kimley Horn is currently preparing the first draft of a conceptual site plan for us. So that should be coming in the next month or so, and then we'll move on and continue to keep you updated as that progresses. The other feasibility study that I'd like to update you on today is the Homosassa Sports Complex feasibility study. Kimley Horn is also working on that for us, and they are currently in process of completing a market opportunity and recommended facility summary report. The next step, once they complete that, is to finalize their due diligence report, and we're looking at April for delivery on that. For those two projects, that is all we have on the list, but I did tell you at the last meeting that we had some updates on the Fort Island Beach projects. We do have, of course, the Fort Island Trail Park project that I just mentioned. That's the halfway boat ramp, but there are still some ongoing projects at the end of the road that I will just go over quickly for you. The first project is a sand renourishment at the beach. All of the tidal activity out there and the repeated storms have lowered that level significantly. So we've completed surveying, we've completed all of the analysis needed, and it is currently in permitting with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So Stantec is our point of contact on that project, and we are just awaiting that approval. We also have out there a new restroom project that is not necessarily contingent on the sand renourishment, but we would like to complete that prior to beginning construction on the bathroom. However, design for that is currently in progress. This project is through our insurance company, so it has a few extra layers to it, but 60% plans were delivered to staff, and they actually completed a review of those plans this morning. 90% plans are currently in development. Once we get closer to those 90% plans, we will be able to submit the plans for permitting for that site as well. The construction timeline, I don't want to guess at this point, so once we get into permitting, I'll be able to give you a better estimate. And then last but not least, we have the fishing pier and boardwalk over there. Everybody's favorite part of the beach. That is also in permitting with the Army Corps, as we are going to have pilings in the water there. Once that's permitted, staff will be able to issue a solicitation for construction. The current goal is to have it completed by May of 2027, but of course, with the permitting and the weather effects on the site, it could take a little longer than that. That's our current projection. And Stantec is also the point person on that project. Does anybody have any questions about any of that?
Board? Thank you.
I have one more question for you. Would you like to have those 3 items added to the future outstanding commission list, or would you just be happy with this one-time update?
I'd like to see them on the list. The public is interested in what's going on out at Fort Island Beach and why it's taken so long.
There we go.
And I will just add that we are on the far end of the Army Corps permitting, so it's not just recently initiated. We are well within that period. At this point, we believe that it's on track, but if there's ever a need to maybe see where things are, we do have Alex Alt here available to reach out to his contemporary over there.
Thank you.
Thank you guys
Great
very much.
presentation.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's
One
okay.
more thing. At the 310 meeting, I just submitted our outstanding commission item list. Other than the Fort Island projects, everything on there there was no update. So I will be using that same item to update you on your retreat, the items that were given as 2026 targets for action, and make sure that we're all on the same page and start getting those on the website.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Alexander Alt with our legislative updates.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Alexander Alt, Intergovernmental Affairs Liaison and Administrative Development Review Expediter. I have an update for you all about what's going on in Tallahassee, and you actually all just approved the federal ask as well, so we'll skip that part of the PowerPoint. But there's a lot going on in Tallahassee. Yeah, so we'll skip this part. There's a lot going on in Tallahassee right now. We're nearing the end of session. As you can imagine, as we get to the end here, we're in week 7 of 9. There's a lot of things changing in a very short window of time. So we're trying to keep our arms around everything that's going on and keep everyone abreast of what's going on. So we're expecting budget conferencing, and I'll get into the budget on the next slide, but we're expecting budget conferencing probably end of next week. It's still up in the air because, again, as you know from earlier, both chambers were not 100% in agreement on communication and timelines of things. So we're expecting end of next week, but we'll see how that all hashes out. It may end up actually going a little long, and they might not have the budget done by the end of session, and they may go after. So we'll keep an eye and keep everyone posted as we go. All right, so on the budget, almost all of our projects made it somewhere into one of the proposals. The only exception to that is the Floral City septic to sewer expansion. Unfortunately, that was not picked up in either of the House or the Senate proposals at this time, and that's part of the reason why you saw it in the federal list of asks. The second one, Halls River Multi-Use Path. Nothing on the House side, and actually, of all these projects, only one of them made it on the House side. They're a lot leaner when they go into conferencing than the Senate. There's more flexibility on the Senate side. But a $1 million was put on the Senate side. So we'll be working on that item as we go through conferencing. So judicial and government space expansion, nothing on the House side, but they did an amendment as they were going through the budget proposal process. They did an amendment to give us a placeholder for $350,000. Now that's a long way off from the $5 million of our ask. We're in some conversations now to get that dollar figure a lot higher than where it's currently at. Can't say yet exactly where that's all going to land, but it's known that that's not nearly enough for what we need, but that was just to get it into the budget conferencing process. The Regional Public Safety Training Center, that one is probably in the best place going forward now. So we asked for $1.5 million. On the House side, they gave us half. Now, that is usually, unless your project is leadership driven or somebody in appropriations really cares about it, usually a half fund on the House side is the best you're going to get. And then it was fully funded on the Senate side. So the name of the game on that one in conferencing will be just trying to make sure the Senate holds the line at 1.5, and then the House side comes up. So we're just going to make sure that when the Senate does their proposals, they don't come down. That we're going to be pushing to make sure they don't come down. So that one's in a really good place. Septic to sewer incentive, again, nothing on the House, placeholder on the Senate side. That one, I've had some conversation with Senator Masula's office. They are aware that there's a lot of concern within the community about a project like that. So that is something on the radar. Again, we'll see where that all ends up. And then finally, Chassahowitzka River Campground. Again, placeholder was put in on the Senate side to make sure it was in conference, in the right posture for conference. And we were hoping, and kind of what we said it from the very beginning, as long as we got it to conferencing, the hope was, Representative Groh cared a lot about this project, that he would take it from there at that point. So I think we're in a good place. We'll see where it all shakes out. Again, we have conversations going on about property taxes, different things that's going to impact the budget. Things might change, but as of right now, we're not a bad spot on that project either. On budget stuff, do you have any questions on budget stuff before I move forward into some bills? Okay. All right, I have a few bills just to bring to your attention. So first off, HB 1139 and SB 548. This has to do with growth management and impact fees. There's two major sections of the bill. I won't belabor the point. The first part has to do with plan-based methodology when we do our studies for impact fee increases. Largely, a lot of what's in that bill is putting guardrails in place for counties that may have something very small put in place, and they'll just say, hey, we just anecdotally need to increase our impact fees. We actually did a full study, so a lot of the stuff in that first section of the bill, I had some conversations with Mr. Landon in growth management. A lot of that stuff we were already doing with our study. So that's the first part of the bill. The second part of the bill has to do with impact fee increases. Now we just increased our impact fees and we had to exceed the phase-in limitations. And so we had that additional study and all those extra requirements we had to do. This bill puts a few extra ones on there, so just to keep in mind for in the future. So for example, it will prohibit local governments from using data that is more than 4 years old to put in their extraordinary need or extraordinary circumstances study. It would prohibit local governments from including in an impact fee increase any deduction authorized by a previous or existing impact fee. So think of, how we had a transportation deduction on our impact fees. That would not be able to be included if you tried to exceed the phase-in limitations. And finally, it prohibits local government from increasing its impact fees rate by more than 100% divided equally over a 4-year period of time. So just some things to keep in mind. Again, the good thing is we got this stuff done before any of this was talked about. So we've gotten ahead of that. So that's the good news, but just keep it in mind for the future. This hasn't gotten through yet, but it's very close to being done. So on the House side, it's actually gotten through all its committees and it's ready to be voted on by the whole House. Senate side, it's in its second committee stop, but because it got through its first, there are some procedural things if they want to get this one through, they could amend it onto something else. So we'll keep you posted on that one as well. Next one's a very quick one. Electronic payments, HB 967 and SB 1612. Just to keep on your radar, I imagine most of us are already all doing this at the government level, but just in case there's any small sections in our departments, this one's very close to passing, and basically all it would do is require local governments to offer electronic payment options as well as online payment options for all the services that they provide. So if there's any small things out there that we say, hey, you need to come in with a check or something like that, this would require the local government to allow them to do it online. Oh, and again, this one, it actually has already passed the House and it's been sent to the Senate for consideration, and it's in its final committee stop and rules on the Senate side. So at any point, they could just pick it up in rules and move it to the floor at the very end of session. So we'll keep an eye on that one. The final one, I'll go very quick on this in case anyone has questions, then I can go into a little bit more depth. But one of our previous legislative updates, I talked about HB 145, which has to do with sovereign immunity. At the time, I said, hey, the House was all gung-ho on this bill, and they moved it really early through all of its committees and it passed the House, but the Senate hadn't done anything with it yet. So we were like, we'll keep an eye on it and see what happens. Well, the Senate has now moved it through 2 of its committee stops, and it's actually onto its final in rules, which again, at any point it can be picked up. The thing is, though, there's some key differences between the two, and the Senate has made clear that they want to stick with their differences, and the House wants to stick with their what they have in their bill. I've included some of the differences between them. I'll just kind of do the top line for you. For sovereign immunity cases, the House bill would increase the caps where they're right now at $200,000 per person and $300,000 per incident. The House bill would increase it to $500,000 per person and $1 million per incident after October 1st, 2026, and then would include a one-time increase, automatic increase after October 1, 2031 to $600,000 per person and $1.2 million per incident. The Senate's is a lot more conservative. They only increased theirs to $300,000 per person and $450,000 per incident. There's more in the bill to that. If anyone has any questions, feel free to reach out to me. But again, this one's very close. We could see them use this as a bargaining chip towards the end of session for other bills because the House really wants this one. So we'll see how that all shakes out going forward. But that's kind of where that one stands at this point. And finally, some good news on the legislative priorities survey that you all asked about a couple meetings back. So we closed that on February 18th, and we got just shy of 200 responses in a very short window of time. So thank you to everyone in the public for that. It's our intention to bring this back in the future and do it earlier on in the process, so it gives a little bit more time for everyone to weigh in and say what they'd like. But we've compiled this into a spreadsheet, and we're going to be sharing it after this meeting. We'll be sharing it with our electeds, our state senator and state representative. And just again, some updates on dates, keep in mind as we go forward into the year with some FAC conferences. And that's all I have. Any questions for me?
Commissioner Barrick.
Okay. Number one, you just said 200 respondents. We have 98,000 people that voted. So you're talking about 0.3% responded.
Yes, ma'am.
You thought it was a good response. I'm sorry, I don't. But we're going to try again, so this is better. I want to know what's going on with the property taxes. That's the one that's going to affect us in our budget. We need to know where it's at.
Yes, ma'am. So that property tax bill, the House has passed. So, and I actually put this together before that all happened, so that's why it's not on there. But the House passed the property tax bill that would exempt from all, excluding school millage for county millage, exempt all homesteaded property from property taxes. They passed that by 80 to 30. The Senate up to this point has not shown any interest in acting on anything. During the regular session, there's been some talk about a special session. The governor has said some things about potentially a special session, but nothing has materialized yet. Again, the House passed it. They're pushing it, saying this is their hill to die on. So we'll see how that all shakes out. But again, Senate has not acted at this point, and the governor has made some comments about doing a special session. There's been some anecdotal comments on the Senate side about doing something with homestead exemption, not necessarily going this route, but again, this is going to be part of some of the horse trading that happens at the end of session, and this is probably going to be one of the House's big things they're going to be pushing for. So we'll have to keep an eye in the next week and a half, and if we don't see anything, then we'll look for something at a special session shortly after session.
Okay, because to me, this is very important to the county commissioners.
Yes, ma'am.
More important than the car insurance one, or whatever that was, or more important than, we put appropriations in, and when I see what's coming back, they take 5 million, drop it down to 350,000. They take 1.5 million, 350,000. Everything that you've gone over, we put in for appropriations, and they're nowhere near what we've asked for, okay? And unless the Senate comes up or the House comes up with some really creative financing, I don't see us getting large appropriations this year, which means projects that we have tried to get across the board and get across the finish line are nowhere near going to be close to being done. Am I correct?
So I can't speak to whether or not we'll get all the 5 that are currently funded. What I will say is there are some current conversations about the judicial and government space expansion, about significantly increasing that. Nothing's been set in stone yet. It's still an ongoing conversation with the chairman of the Justice Appropriations Committee. So that one's definitely not set in stone. Again, Chassahowitzka, Representative Groh cared a lot about that project, so I'd like to think that one's going to get pushed really hard on the House side. The Public Safety Regional Training Center, again, that one's in probably the best place. We asked for 1.5, the Senate gave the full amount. Trying to remember the rest of my. Give me a second here. Halls River, excuse me. Thank you, Commissioner. So Halls River, again, that one's at 1 million and nothing on the House. Now, the House, especially the House is always going to be leaner than the Senate. Every year it is when they go into conferencing. But the House, this year, especially because of the property tax question, they are purposely having their budget very, very lean. So now the name of the game going into conferencing, when they negotiate these things out, is going to be leaning on the Senate side and trying to get them to bump their numbers. And then there's going to be horse trading that takes place with our sponsors fighting for these projects to get as many of them across the finish line as possible. We can't say 100% where it's all going to shake out because, again, you know, a lot of things are up in the air with the property tax question that impacts revenue and a lot of these other things that impacts revenue. So we can't say 100%, but there are conversations on a lot of these different projects we talked about. There are conversations happening to get those increased currently.
And the septic to sewer, that's gonna make Mr. Cheek have to work even harder to try and find grant money, because that's gonna affect our individual residents.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And that one in particular, some of the grant dollars that we've gone for in the past, they've said that you cannot use the grant dollars for connection fees. So with this project, we specifically said we wanted to be able to use these dollars for connection fees. So when we talked about it, said this is impacting a lot of people in the community. They're, you know, when they get these assessments and these connection fees put on them, it's a big burden for them. So we're trying to get dollars from the state to help assist with those projects. So understood, absolutely.
Anyone else? Commissioner Bays?
Couple of things. So how do we, I think we need to kind of keep an eye on what happened with Senate Bill 180 and the restrictions. The law creates a conflict with the federal requirements as it prevents local governments from enforcing stricter rules on substantial improvements of properties. And that could affect our CRA ratings. I think that's just something we probably need to dig into a little bit more. Because that could ultimately hurt our community. Second thing, on property tax, and this may be more directed to Mr. Howard, but I have some concerns if this actually goes down. How are we looking at how that's going to impact bond ratings, bond calls? I mean, if we lose our source of funding, what does that look like on?
Short answer, not good. But I had some good discussions at one of my forums I was at recently, and I said, I wish nothing cost anything. I wish it was just free, all this stuff. I could just be Santa Claus and nothing costs anybody anything. That's not reality. So you got to pay for services, you got to pay for consultants, which is about 3.6% percentage of our budget with consultants we do here, which is pretty good as we benchmark against other counties. But we're looking at some of those, but there's a lot of unknowns. This is almost like Vegas this year. We may, you know, you don't know. It's a gamble. We don't know what's going to happen in Tallahassee. There's a lot going on there. So we're doing the best we can to look at some of these things, but there's just a lot of unknowns. Other than, if I look at this budget, about 33% of it, you know, is ad valorem, not ad valorem, about 20%. So what do? You got to replace that revenue. It's not magical with all the departments I'm paying for. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in Tallahassee, and we'll see where that goes. That's why it's important to have Alex watching this closely, as well as our other lobbyists and others in counties. In fact, all of you as leadership as well with your connections and colleagues, because we're watching this very closely. We're also competing against 66 other counties across the state that want appropriations as well. So we're continuing to make sure our voice is heard. But we're looking at some of those, you know, internally and doing the best that we can with what this looks like. But it's going to be, you know, challenging if this does take place.
May I? From conversations with other administrators across the state, is any letters being sent to the state legislature to consider what happens if they significantly reduce property taxes as it relates to bonds and bond ratings and bond calls? Or
I'd have to look at I think there's been discussions, but at the Florida Association of Counties, at their level, I think they're doing a variety of those things. We have a managers group that does that as well. I think that message is being, you know, told pretty loudly. That's my understanding. But I think also, you know, all the commissioners throughout the state as well can be echoing that same conversation that we're having as management. But I think that is being discussed.
do you think it would be appropriate for this board to ask you to direct you to send something?
It'd be the pleasure of the board, whatever the board would want me to do with Alex, you know, working together. If you want us to, any concerns we have. Some of these are unknown at this point, obviously. Based on the actions they take, there'll be some effects as a result of that, but, you know, we don't know what they're going to do at this point. We do know what the House has done. We don't know about the Senate. We don't know what the governor's talked a lot. We don't know yet what this is going to look like. So we could come up with, I can't give you factual data at this point, but we can do some, you know, forecasting with this could happen, that could happen. But even with the property appraiser, that's even challenging. I've had a lot of discussions there, but until something is more concrete, it's hard to project on some of these things.
I know that FACT has preliminary numbers of what it looks like for Citrus County based on different scenarios of loss of revenue. So maybe that's just something you should bring back for the board and put it on the agenda so that we can, the citizens are more aware and have an idea of what's happening as the process goes through.
We could be more than happy to do a little workshop presentation on that and bring those numbers together to show you what, at least the data that we're looking at through FAC.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you.
We appreciate all the work that you're doing for us.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Mr. Howard?
Nothing further other than this is good dialogue. Alex is doing a great job. I want to applaud staff for Pirates Cove. I got a great email from the Commissioner Kennard, but they did a lot of great work out there. It was a great day for Citrus. That's all I have. Thank you.
Wonderful. Commissioner Bays?
Just for me, a request to reschedule the June 9th meeting to June 11th. It's just a conflict with something else that I'm doing regarding the Prosperity Initiative.
Motion to approve the request for K1 to reschedule the meeting.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Barrick, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, board members.
You're welcome. Commissioner Davis?
Yes, ma'am. Something very quick. I sit on Citrus County Community Charitable Foundation, and we are invited to go tour the renovated hospice building that is directly across from Catch 22, I realized, on 44. And they're renovating how they do things as well, which is pretty cool. There's a PACE program, not to be confused with PACE Center for Girls, but it keeps folks that are ready that qualify and need to go into a nursing home, actually keeps them in the home longer with more expanded care for the caregivers, as well as helping folks in the home shower, do all that other stuff, and then providing transport back to the facility to give them actual interactions with other folks, so they get that social element, and also gives the caregivers a break. So it's a really good program. I was very impressed. I said, would you like to come present to my board? And they said, absolutely. So I'll put that on the next agenda to see if y'all agree.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that everything? Yep. Commissioner Barrick?
You ready for mine?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
I thought it was
Commissioner
Commissioner
Kennard.
Yes.
It's Commissioner
I
Kennard.
was feeling left out here.
Sorry about that.
No foul. All right, so the first item is I'm just requesting approval from the board to have Lace Blue McLean come forward and give a presentation at our October 26th meeting regarding the coastal cleanup and all the activities that surround that. So I would make that motion that we have that on the 26th.
Motion to approve M. Moen. Or second, sorry, you just did the motion. Hello.
Commotion by,
Commotion.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment?
I had the words loaded up, and you got to motion at the very end, and I was like, wait a minute.
That's why it's renamed commotion, Commissioner. Any public comment? Any further board comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We'll look forward to that presentation. M2?
M2, I am requesting that we have a shade meeting at our next on the date of our next county commission meeting, March 10th, to discuss between us and our attorney, the ongoing litigation between the county and Wright Rudder Aviation.
Second.
Was that a motion?
Yeah.
Did you put that?
I
Okay.
didn't make that mistake a second time.
Okay, motion by Commissioner
I also got
Kennard.
excited about Lace presenting, so, you know.
That is exciting. Second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Davis.
I just wanted to say I didn't think that this rose to the level of a walk-on, and that's the only reason, but I hope you still are good with me, Commissioner Kennard.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm fine with the meeting, I just didn't think it, rose to that level.
So I'm going to actually agree, but the reason is because I think you know that, and I think that all of you know as board chair, as you sit there, I do not like the extra papers. I do not like walk-ons, but I felt like if a commissioner knows that and brings something anyway, that you must feel that it's fairly important, so I was at least willing to hear you out.
Very good, thank you.
Madam
Madam
Attorney?
Chair, we didn't, Commissioner, we didn't talk about when it was going to be scheduled. I didn't coordinate that with Mr. Scott for the 10th, so I'm not sure of his availability. And actually, I have a deposition scheduled at 10:30 that morning. So we didn't talk about what date it was going to be. Can we leave it flexible that it will be as soon as we can get it scheduled, coordinated with everybody's schedule, and not necessarily on the 10th?
Sure.
Oh, you were thinking the 10th because it's before a board meeting.
Yeah.
We usually do it in the mornings of a board meeting, but we didn't discuss when Commissioner Kennard and I were talking, and I do have that deposition scheduled in our conference room, so I'm assuming that that might be in that case.
Are you sure we didn't discuss a date and maybe you just weren't listening?
I'm sure, sir.
Okay. Just checking.
Commissioner Bays.
So is this you're having a deposition regarding Wright Rudder?
I'm not exactly sure which case it is, but I'm going to assume that it is because that's the only case that we are at the point where we're scheduling depositions. All of our other litigation, we're not having depositions, and maybe if anyone's listening upstairs, they can.
So I get
like God.
I guess my issue would
I'm
be
thinking Sally.
If we're still having depositions and we're still working through the process, why would we go back into another shade meeting?
I think it's important that this board have conversation with our lawyers. I don't want to go any deeper into it than that in a public meeting. That's why I think it's important that we do that in a shade meeting.
Commissioner Kennard, did the date matter for you? Was this because obviously you'd spoke about a date, or you had a date in mind for our next board meeting, and Ms. Lynn says that's not possible, so.
I think the sooner the better, but if the 10th doesn't work out, then that's fine. We can move it to a date that does work for she and Mr. Scott.
And all of you.
So
And all of us.
That's fine, but before we take a vote on your motion, the date may be important to people, because you're asking for a shade meeting, but if we don't start spitballing a date out there, we may give you if it turns out to be a yes, and then people can't come on a certain date, I just don't know how you want to work that.
So our meeting following the 10th is what, the 24th?
No, it's the 31st. March 31st will be the one after March 10th.
Well, then why don't we do that?
Is that date fine with you?
Yes, that works with me, and I'm sure that Mr. Scott can rearrange. There's plenty of time to where if he did have something, he could maybe rearrange it.
So for Madam Clerk's sake, would you like to revise your motion with a date?
I would amend my motion to include the date of March 31st.
I amend my second.
Okay. Any other, you're
Chair,
clear?
for
No, you were not clear.
To amend it, if the other one does not work, to then do the 31st, is that?
No, I think March 10th just isn't going to work.
Okay, so we're totally changing it
to March 31st.
Okay,
31st.
thank you.
Commissioner Barrick.
I thought when we met with the attorneys previous about Right Rudder, we gave them directions and they're following those directions. And that's why I don't see why there was such an emergency for having this brought up today, because our attorney does know what we want him to do. And at this point in time, I think we need to let the attorney do their job. Once they get to the next point, they'll tell us, okay, we'd like to have a shade meeting with you. And I think instead of us trying to tell them, you know, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, government doesn't usually move fast, as 4 of us know, okay? And as the people in the audience know, and the people on TV know, we don't move fast. So to me, it wasn't an emergency, number one, and I can't see telling the attorneys we need this shade meeting since they already know what we want them to do.
So I agree with your point about letting the attorneys do your job. I don't want to speak for Commissioner Kennard, but I feel like I know him well enough that he would not ask us to have a meeting to just say, hurry up.
Well,
So
then-
I'm going to respect that he cannot tell us what information he has because of the ongoing litigation, but he must have something fairly important that he wants to say since we're all sitting here discussing it.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Davis left. Anyone else? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries right now 3-1, and then we'll get Commissioner Davis when she gets back. Okay, Commissioner Barrick.
Okay, now I've been going to a lot of meetings and I wanted to bring back some of the information to you and to the public as to the meetings I've attended and what's going on. Okay, I went to the Rural Health Transformation Program, and I would like us to consider that we let the EMS/fire to take care of the next steps with this meeting. There is a significant amount of dollars that the federal government is giving in grant money. And at the meeting, we learned that the government wants mobility. And it's for rural communities to get medical help to our residents. And they're looking a lot for mobility. That's why when in listening to the program and watching, I would like to see the EMS/fire department use our equipment that we have. They have the mobility. They don't want a brick and mortar place out there. The federal government is looking for being able to send somebody. And like I said, there's dollars. So down the road, I would like you to consider the EMS fire department being our arm for the Rural Health Transformation Program. And they've already asked for a second meeting. I have a meeting that day, but I know Chief Stevens has already said, and he replied that he will be there, and a lot of other people. There were 60 people at this meeting to learn about this grant funding. And it was very, very informative. Okay, so the next thing on my list was the Early Learning Coalition. For those people that didn't know, this week, February 23 through 28, is the Children's Week. And they wanted people to be aware of the fact that they're celebrating the support of the Florida's young learners. Children's Week shines a spotlight on the importance of investing in the children from birth through age 5, and that's what our early learning program is, from birth to age 5, and the essentials of how important it is on a single day that they have healthy growth and development with our children. So we do participate in this early learning program. It has federal money, it has state money, and it's a very good program. So in case you didn't know, we had that program out there. All right, so next on my cute little trips was, I've been going to different meetings, and one of them was the Gus Bilirakis one last week. And Gus had a meeting for senior citizens. And it was a forum, and we had approximately 10 agencies sitting on the dais, each giving at least a 5-minute presentation. And then they gave out information, after everybody gave their speeches, they gave out information about their programs. One of the people to speak was from the County Support Group Services. We also had the County Veteran Services, we had the County Transit, we had the Housing Division. Okay, and that's just 4 out of the 10 that were there. People may not know that if you go up on McKnight Court, Mark McKnighton Court in Beverly Hills, Knighton,
Mark Knighton?
yeah, Mark Knighton Court, up at the Resource Building, those agencies are up there. If you have questions or needs, they are there for you. They are funded through state, federal, and county. And they are supposed to, you know, we need to know where to go. Okay, so now, oh, and by the way, there were almost 400 people at that meeting. So when we talk about meetings and we talk about having these consultants come into the community, I had our staff look up a couple of things because I get frustrated. Okay, we've got people going out there that we're paying consultants for. All right, the people that are doing Inspire, they've had the workshops, they've had the pop-ups, they've had the online surveys, and the results, 1.6% of the voting population in Citrus County responded. 1.6% of 98,999 voting residents. And the reason I ask for voting residents because voting residents are the ones that care. They're the ones that ask the questions and do other things. The other one was for the North Florida Land Trust. 0.6% of the population came to or answered. 0.6%. Now, I don't know about anybody else, but consultants are getting paid mega bucks. And to me, we're not getting results. So it's very frustrating to me to say we're going to have another consultant. And yeah, somebody, you know, Habitat said they're willing to help pay. But what kind of results are we actually getting? Are they realistic results? So I don't like to spend money on things that, you know, to me, there's other things we need to be doing with our taxpayers' dollars. Other than that, those were the committees I went to and the meetings I attended. And it used to be on the agenda, you know, committees and stuff. So I thought this was where I bring it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, for me, board, I just want to kind of see how you feel about something. I couldn't put anything on the agenda, and I'm not looking for a vote. Just something that I heard about recently. I have a lot of leeway over the agenda, but I'd always like your blessing. We do proclamations at the beginning. I've recently learned that a couple of our sports teams, our kids, won world championships, and they would like to come in front of us. Of course, school is in session when we do our proclamations, and I thought if it was agreeable to all of you, I'll get with staff and find a board meeting date where we have some after 5 hearings, and then if we even break, maybe we'll just start back at 4:50 or 4:55 and let the kids come in, and we can just do a proclamation, a late in day proclamation, if that sounds good to you. Yeah?
Are the kids going to be back off the buses by then?
Well, that's not all for me to work out. I just knew that like 10 after 1 probably is not going to work
No,
for them.
no.
So what I said is, you know, I can have a little leeway over the agenda. I'd like to get the board's blessing. Maybe we could get the kids to come in
It's an excellent idea.
before. Thank you. Yeah, I'm real proud of all of them too, as I know you are. So we'll see what our next after 5s are. We'll give a few dates to the coaches and see if we can't get the kids in here in front of us. Thank you. And that's all I have. Ms. Lane?
I did confirm that is a right rudder deposition that morning, so.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I have.
Okay. We are back to open to the public.
Chair?
Yes,
Can we
ma'am.
please have Davis vote?
Oh, Commissioner
Aye.
Davis. Oh, thank you. Anyone for open to the public? Last chance. please remember to state your name and where you're from for the record. Give the clerk the green card and you will have 3 minutes. There should be a timer in front of you. Welcome.
Well, one thing I'd like to comment is on some of the discussion.
State your name and where you're from for the record.
Ferguson, Fall City. To comment on some of the discussion I just heard about consultants, about property tax. Got to remember that the property taxes they're talking about going away with is just a homestead. That is less than 10% of your budget. And the reason why it's that way is because 10% limit goes to businesses, 3% to homeowners increase. 1.1 times 10 to the 7th is 2. So businesses' property taxes double every 10 years if nothing is done, except inflation. So it's a complicated issue of property taxes versus homestead exemptions and where your money comes from, where you have fees, where you don't have limits on fees. In fact, Lake County, about 7 years ago, their fees were more than their property tax. So this is a complicated issue, and I don't know all the stuff to it, so I don't expect you to know all the stuff to it. But it's something you really need to look into, okay? So you don't go off and do it. And on consultants, there's a lot of retired people in this country around here that's like me that will be willing to do small jobs for you without a lot of expense. It's just the expense it costs us to do the study. I think I got a pretty good head on my shoulder, and I see some of the people come up here and expense, and I don't know how you guys make the decisions on what they tell you from what you hear. I'd be asking them questions all afternoon before I make the expense, and you can't do that. It's not possible. You got too many things to consider. So having somebody like that to help you would be very beneficial. So just food for thought. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for being here. Hello again.
Skata Bob, Floral City. Have you ever felt like you've made a tremendous amount of effort and discussion on various things, but some of the things just end up in a black hole? Either you can't get it done or you feel like your effort was fruitless. Well, I'm going to ask a question because I think this is extremely important for the county. And it has to come to do with a comprehensive development plan. It would be nice to know, the citizens would like to know what the actual procedure is, action plan with certain milestones, and also some comment or commitment that the county is not going to go ahead and make decisions which could ultimately be overturned by the state and even federal legislation. So there's a sequence of events here, and I think that has to be taken into consideration as well. My fear is that you'll make a lot of effort here developing what you feel is correct in the comprehensive action plan, and then it's turned around overridden by other agencies, higher agencies. So the black hole is, personally, I don't even have any feeling as to what the procedure is, or what's going to happen, or what's your reaction. But it would be nice to know, in general, some type of intent of overall way of approaching this. I'd really appreciate it, and I think the citizens would as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Howard, I think he's talking about the comp plan, so it'll be brought before us
Yes,
multiple times with
yes, and
public
we can have some more
comment.
discussions after the meeting on that, but we can, Eric can get all that together. There's a website for it, but we can brief you on the next steps. There's several steps left in this process.
Yes, there'll be more opportunities before anything's passed. Hello, Mr. Hutterly.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I have two thank yous.
Say your name for the record.
Chuck
please.
Hutterly, 3355 South College Avenue in Venice. Some time ago, I requested a porta potty at John Brown in Wazilla, and I understand it's there. Thank you. And Steve Howard, you signed off on application for Adopt a Highway for Too Far Foundation. I want to thank you for that. We're going to be looking after East Gospel Island Road. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you all for
I
doing that.
understand there's 700 groups that adopt a highway in the county, something like that.
We can use 700 more if we could get them.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, it's Patrick Sanzo once again from Lunar Terrace. You had mentioned that some of our sports teams for the schools won some national awards. I didn't know how many people were involved in that sports team, but rather than changing your meeting time to later at night, where people that normally attend your meetings know what time it is, why don't you invite the school sports team to come to your regular meeting, get a bus, bring them over, whatever, and at the same time they can learn important lessons in civic responsibility, and at the same time of getting an award. And that's all I'd like to comment on.
Thank you. So it's not a school sports team, it's a youth sports team, but you have a great idea for field trips for schools, though. I like that.
I would say bring them right to the meeting and let them see how it runs.
It's not school sports teams, though. It's a local youth sports.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else open to the public? Okay, with that, I'm closing open to the public. Reese, take it away.
I have no announcements, Commissioner.
No announcements? Okay. Well, this board will be on recess until 5:01, where we will have 2 public hearings at that time. Thank you.
So if you are on, it's anyone.
Okay.
Then the other person, let's see, it's not. And then, yeah, that's requesting. You should.
I don't see anything.
The screen.
Oh, okay.
So the red are the one who is talking. I have two now, but I can change it to one. And the next person is the one who, when I turn off this, that one switch.
Okay.
If I turn it to one microphone on, then it will all automatic, they will request for you.
So go ahead and request. Okay.
Perfect.
And then. Are we live? Okay. So the first person that requests goes live automatically. I don't give them permission to speak, but I just know to call on
I changed it
them.
now to one, so it should be. So you're on.
I'm on.
Then it's request.
Okay, so I can,
To open, I will hit here. I'm sorry. Next will be the first one. Yeah, so this is clicking. Yeah, let's go on.
so I'm on. So I need her to go red.
And then see if next one. So that will on red. Look at this. To change the request. Let me change.
Okay, so I'm on.
Yeah.
And then request.
Hit the next button. Yeah, and I will switch to,
Are you in the mic?
I am. Huh.
I mean, it's not on though?
It's supposed to be on.
So I need to switch me off.
No, it's supposed to. You're supposed to stay on, so.
Even if, I guess the other way, as long as I can see who's first, if they're calling me, if that's easier for you. So the way you had it last time, I didn't have to switch them on, but at least I could see who's
Yeah.
who's next.
If I request, you see who's next.
Yes, and then let's,
Yeah.
yeah, and then I've got an order. Can we use that part of this?
Yeah.
I just need to, yeah, this isn't
Yeah.
helping me.
No, it's still doing the mute all. Let me go back. So it will be,
That's just for my screen, it looks like. Here we go. 2-button secret, 2-button, 3-button?
That's for the voting.
Oh,
Have to be over there. Have to be from there. Change it over here.
She came down here, there was just one.
Oh, there was only one?
Yeah, unless you knew something I don't know.
Some of them say it's in vote. You're in vote mode?
Oh, I'm playing with this. I'm sorry. Cancel the vote.
That's fine.
All right, my bad.
He's not letting me to change it. Let me.
Okay. I think I got barracks on. Do you want these on? You want them all off?
Oh, I can turn it. Yeah, thank you.
Uh-huh.
So you will see, yeah. So you will see it. Yeah, on request.
But then I need to get her to talk.
Mm-hmm. Maybe she pushes again? No.
No? I can't believe that. I know last time you had it and she went live too as soon as she hit it.
Let me turn off. Then you can see that one is asking for talk.
So if I hit Commissioner Kennard, does that?
Yeah.
No, I need it red.
Red. Oh, request off, mic on.
Mic on?
Yeah, supposed to be mic on. Let's see if he hits it again. It's blinking now. No? No, it's blinking, right?
When it blinks, is it on?
Oh, because I'm doing the,
hello.
sorry. Hello, hello? Hello, hello? No. Huh. Request off, it will be on. Then, and then request off. So it will be. It's doing. Check, check. No, it's not.
Yeah, how did you have it before where?
Yeah, it was set up like on.
Yeah, before, you're the first person that requests automatically went live, which is fine. They'll wait for me to call on them.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be you. I don't know, because I have you. missing the number.
Okay, I'm live.
Okay.
Let's get a couple of them wanting to talk. Let's push the left button to get Kennard to talk.
Still doing the meeting.
Let me hit Commissioner Kennard this way. No?
Blinking.
See, is it live although it's blinking?
It's funny because he sees the list too. So, yeah. Check.
Mic on. No, nothing.
Check. No, it's not.
Let me hit, I probably have to hit someone. Let me hit Barrick now.
Uh-huh.
Or no, you got Kennard back on. Let me find Kennard. Kennard is on. I'm going to hit mic on. Let me try to hit that and then mic on.
Let me turn that off and on. Probably is that.
Hey! Oh my gosh, I was running behind yesterday. I had Jack in the building for a long time yesterday. I'm going to blame this on Eric Landon. He was in there in one of the meetings. Let's see, I had a meeting and I had Jack. What? Hold on, Denise Lynn's calling me. Yes, ma'am. I'm working with Kat on the microphones, but yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, give me 5 more minutes with Kat, and if we don't have this fixed, I'll call. Are you upstairs? All right, give me a few minutes with her. I'll come upstairs. All right, bye.
I think now it is.
You keep telling me this. All right, do I need to hit Kennard?
Hit the bottom, the next, the left bottom.
Melissa, are you doing the first hearing?
Well, make sure that says Kennard on it.
There we
'Cause
go.
sometimes they're wrong.
It's twice.
Okay, I hit this button twice?
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Let
So-
me.
And then, so I
Oh. Okay, let's see. Let's put. Let me, if I don't do anybody's and I hit it twice, what happens? Nothing. Oh, yeah, I just went. How did I do that? Let me. That one on.
Uh-huh.
I keep that one on. I'm not gonna hit any button. I'll just hit this twice. Oh, it turned that off and then just went to one.
You do it by itself.
All right, hit those two back on.
Yep.
They're all green. No, because I'm gonna hit me live. Weird.
Now you have.
Oh, because there's only 2 of us. I can't turn her back off though. Let me mic off.
Yes, you can turn Commissioner. Oh.
Gosh darn it. Commissioner Bays, I'm gonna hit mic off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I got the power. All right, so turn them all again. I feel like I'm gonna have to. I got 2 of them on. Oh no, the first one. Okay, the first one always goes on, Kat. The first one's live and the second one's green. So if she talks and she's done.
Check, check. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. We're going to continue our Board of County Commissioners meeting. It's 5:01. We will have our first applicant. And board, I want to tell you on the break that we had, the microphone should be all set. So instead of needing to wave, especially to the two of you at the end, you just hit your button and I will know who is ready to speak. So we can all focus our attention where it needs to be. And we will wait for Ms. Lynn. Do you need me to do a halftime show?
No, ma'am, I'm sorry. I just,
okay.
First, we'll start with regard to the application before you. It's PUD 202500010. Have you had any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record? And we will start down the end with Commissioner Davis. Yeah, I don't think.
This is why I bailed on it when I was chair. It still says green.
Barrett, can you turn yours off, please?
Yes, ma'am, and I will fill out the form.
Okay, and we're gonna have that form ready for you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, and if you have a form, I'll fill it out also.
No.
No.
No. At the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas map and establishing a new master plan to allow for multifamily attached residential use of more than 4 units per acre in the medium-density residential district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe the applicant is here to make their presentation.
Applicant, would you like to come forward? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Austin Daly. I'm with Klein & Klein Law Firm in Ocala, Florida. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, which is Townsley Construction. All right. Should have set up before I said good evening, but here we go. So the project we have today, here's a rendering of what it would look like. It's a 38-unit townhome development. These are fee simple lots, and it's going to be constructed by Townsley Construction. If we go, I think should I try it, or do we think it doesn't work? All right, we'll try it. Townsley Construction is a family-owned local company. The whole family's back here behind me. Its majority owners are Ann McDermott and her nephew, Josh McDermott. They've been constructing good quality homes in Citrus County and Marion County for 20 plus years. I've had the pleasure of representing them for a couple of years now, and we're really excited about this project. A lot of time and energy has gone into it. A lot of feedback has been obtained, and we're excited to show you what we've got. It works. So the location here is off Pinecone Avenue. Just wanted to show kind of the general layout of where we are, what we're near. It's pretty well located here with nearby shops, nearby jobs, a future hospital branch, the Davis Reserve development that's coming in. It's within walking distance of public transit, and it's a location that seems ripe for infill and for a project like this. This is the large master plan sheet, but we've got a more zoomed in one here that has some tables if we get into questions about any of the specific fine points on the engineering. We've got the engineer here today, but we can answer some of those questions as well. All right, so we've got a 4.77 acre property here. It is going to connect to central water and sewer for these townhomes, and before knew you guys were going to be talking about workforce housing today, we submitted this application and these slides. It's designed to be an attainable product for workforce and median income folks in Citrus County. Fee simple lots here are going to be, were selected in large part because it's more compatible with a conventional mortgage product. Condo units are difficult to get approved for FHA loans and other conventional mortgages. So doing fee simple lots is going to allow people to own these lots, get conventional mortgages on them, build equity, and use it as a launch pad for home ownership. These units are 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath. They have 1-car garage and a 2-car driveway. They've got a rear yard and patio, and each one has their own lot. The neighborhood is designed and organized around a small central private internal street. There's a central green and there's a recreational amenity area. We can jump back here. So there's our central street with the 2 points of access and the central green space and pavilion. So here is a side rendering to show the elevation, what the depth would look like. We've got the mirrored adjacent units to allow for a bit of a change of pace as you move down one of the buildings. This is facing from the front, and you can see that the downstairs has the living area, the kitchen, the garage, and upstairs has bedrooms, bathrooms, and private living area. These are showing about 1,700 square feet. So when you've got a project like this where you have some shared amenities, you've got a shared internal drive, you've got shared stormwater, and you'll have shared walls and roof in some aspects, an HOA is going to be put in place here to manage and upkeep those shared amenities. So townhomes, as we've talked a little bit about, but the selection of townhomes is one that's becoming more and more common. It is a leading, it's one of the fastest growing areas in new construction right now, townhomes. They're a product that allows people, like I've said, to purchase a unit, to own the home, and it helps to keep the prices more affordable than a comparable new construction build on its own quarter-acre lot or half-acre lot. So we're seeing a lot of growth in this area. It's the highest one-year moving average share since 1985 when they started tracking this. The plan was decided on over several months and probably longer than that. I was involved over several months before we even got kind of the engineer rolling on this thing, which was early meetings with staff on other ideas and taking feedback from staff that said you should stay in the MDR range. So the product type, the layout, the density was to stay within that so we don't change the land use. We looked at the prior plans that were submitted by a prior owner on this property and what's gone on around this to decide on this plan. So a couple of rounds of staff meetings, and here's where we're at. So I won't belabor this point too much more, but this housing product type fills the missing middle. It allows you to build something that somebody can own in a nice way, with quality construction materials, and with centralized and shared use of some of the externalities that otherwise would be dealt with on a per lot basis. So it helps it to be a more attainable product type. You guys' comprehensive plan, I know it's maybe undergoing some revamping, but it already contemplates townhomes. It encourages the development of well-planned, attractive, and functional townhomes, attached housing, including owner and rental units located near jobs, shopping, and medical facilities. So if that was a checklist, we've got them all on this project. The county goal is smart growth and guide future development. So we've got an infill property here where we're putting in density within what's already contemplated under the MDR levels, and in a way that minimizes offsite impacts and creates a product that people are going to like and want to live in. We held a neighborhood meeting on December 10th and advertised it to quite a few folks, more than was on the county's list. We made a big wide swath and sent out lots of invitations. We've talked to those residents, and then we've kept in communication with a number of them. I know several of them are here today, but trying to get feedback, trying to understand where they may be coming from on any of their concerns, and how we could get their support. So these guys, my clients, live right here and want to be a good part of this community and have been for a long time. So we've been proactive and tried to maintain open lines of communication with the surrounding landowners. The requested deviations from the current LDC, some of these are kind of contemplated by the current conditions, but number one would be to have a project-based ISR and FAR in lieu of a single lot base. And I'll go into each one of these in slightly more detail, but I wanted to put them all together here for you. Deviation number 2 is a 20-foot lot width. Number 3 is wider curb cuts, and number 4 deals with the buffering and landscapes. So deviation number 1, which was the ISR and FAR, this one is now incorporated in the conditions since the PDC staff report, but that is that rather than going lot by lot on ISR and FAR, we're going to do it on a project-wide basis, and that is necessitated by the product type. When you've got a large lot, you can fit the ISR and FAR within that one lot. When we've got the townhomes and they're attached, there's not enough room for the off-site stormwater improvements and traffic and things like that. So we have an overall design that incorporates all the things that would otherwise be dealt with by ISR and FAR. But that's one of the areas, as you guys go through the LDC, this one kind of makes it difficult to build something like this product. The ISR and FAR as a lot-by-lot situation if you want to have townhomes that are able to be sold. So we're grateful that one's been incorporated in the staff conditions. 20-foot lot width, these all kind of go together in that they are the product type. Townhomes, the nationwide standard is around 20 foot on a width. They go vertical and in depth, and they're, like we said before, about 1,700 to 2,000 square feet, a little over 1,700 square feet. The curb cuts, because we've got these again together, the code requires certain curb cut sizes, and rather than having a bunch of curb cuts right next to each other with a little section of curb in between all these driveways, we've combined. I'll jump back to this. You can see how the driveway apron connects with the adjacent townhomes. Just a logistical consideration for this product type. Finally, landscape buffering. Staff had originally requested a 25-foot type D buffer with a wall. We were requesting a 6-foot vinyl privacy fence with a 20-foot type D buffer in lieu of that staff condition. So we, due to the shape and size of this property and some of the stormwater controls that we've put in, we fit really well with the 20-foot buffer. And we plan to have our vegetation on the outside of the wall, so that, or of the fence or whatever construction there is, so that the outside is looking at our nice vegetation and the inside would see the additional buffering. Got ahead of myself there, but we're showing the fencing being on the inside of the buffer. So open space and recreation, we've got that central green area with a pavilion that will be the neighborhood's recreational focus. There are sidewalks on the road that would help folks get to and from, and as public sidewalk systems may be built, connecting this to the larger public system, we can tie into those as well. Each townhome lot also has a rear backyard, so there's an additional private space for each unit, but the large majority of their outdoor recreation and open space can be done at the central community area. So I wanted to address compatibility briefly and show that we've got MDR to our south that has pretty high density. It's a different product type. To our east, we've got another PUD, and then to the northeast, we've got another MDR PUD. So we've got a good amount of this type of residential concentration coming into this area, and it makes sense due to what we've talked about with the location and the connectivity of central water and sewer and the things that are available at this location. we think this is a great fit, and our project is going to help this area. We've talked a little bit with the neighbors about some of their concerns with traffic, and part of that is when we do this project, if traffic considerations are required under code, and we've got to make traffic improvements as get done. The impact fees from projects like this go to improving these things. So this is a net positive for this area, and it's going to be something that fits well, and it's going to help to grow. In any respect that this, the product would be seen as less compatible or dissimilar to something that it's nearby, the PUD is designed really well for creating compatibility by conditions. So we've got the buffering, we've got the inward-facing nature of the properties, we've got the conditions. Staff has put together some conditions, and that's really the benefit of the PUD is it allows you to create compatibility with conditions if there are concerns. So just kind of conclude here with some of the, with that, and I know staff will have a presentation, and there's some members of the public here. I'll get back up and see you guys afterwards, but if there are any questions now that you'd like me to address, I'm happy to do so, or we can wait until the end.
Board, any questions? I have some questions.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I heard you right. Did you say that each unit will actually own property?
Yes.
I thought that's what you said, and I'm like,
Yes.
but they're townhomes.
So there's they're kind of faint here, but there are lot lines. So each one owns out to the road and back to the buffer, or in the case of the ones to the south, back to just above the retention area. So there's a 15-foot yard in the back of each one with a porch, and then they own their driveway, and they own the land, and they own the building itself, their townhome.
And then how is the rest of the area going to be maintained, including the roads?
The HOA.
So there will be an established HOA?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You had mentioned that this was designed for workforce, and you also used the term attainable. What does that mean to you? Why are you saying that it's for the workforce? Do you have a certain cost of these units in mind?
It's a little premature for a cost projection, in part because we don't have an approved project yet. But the idea is it's going to be less than a new construction build that is a detached single-family home. So if you're going to buy a new single-family home, this product type is by its nature going to be more attainable than a detached home. And I think we watched a little bit earlier today, one of the ladies was talking about density is one of the ways that you achieve reduction in price for housing. If everybody has to have a full wraparound yard on their property, it is going to increase the end user cost for the home. And another part of that was going with the platted townhome style versus a condo. It takes a little more work on our end to go through the platting process, but it is going to allow for folks to get a conventional mortgage on these properties much easier than if we go with a condo. So those are kind of the considerations that are coming into play to make us confident and say it is going to be more attainable than a different type of product, whether you go condo or whether you go with a detached, more traditional single-family home.
Your HOA rules, do you allow the backyard fencing between units?
We don't have the HOA declaration of restrictions at this time. We don't have to. That is another one where we're going to have an HOA. Whether we wanted to or not, we'd have an HOA to maintain the shared stormwater, the shared road, the shared roof, some of the main structural components, the pavilion and the green space. I think there will be some market research with what do people want when they move into these townhomes? Do they want to have their own fences in their backyard? Do they not want that? Are they happy to use the main amenity area for the outdoors?
Well, the reason I asked, because obviously you're putting the backyards to each unit, so that could be a disaster, right? Some people don't mow ever, and then some people are very neat and tidy. So I was just wondering how that would look, and then if you had a cost in mind for the amount of the HOA? Because we're talking about affordable.
Sure. Well, the less the HOA has to do, the cheaper the HOA would be. And we can establish an HOA and we can project costs, but once the developer constructs it and sells it, the owners will be able to make changes to their HOA, and they could make it more expensive or less expensive. They're going to have to maintain things to the standard that's required by the county and by state law and by good practice. But if they wanted to have the HOA mow everybody's backyard, it's going to be a different price for their monthly expenditures than if they don't. So
Understood.
it'd be tough to project. We can, I can see if these guys have done
Because
those, but
I guess you're saying it'd be lower because unlike condos, like they're not paying for roofs or paint in the future. Like they take care of their own unit, or is it shared HOA putting a new roof on, or when it's time to paint the building? What does that look like?
yeah, so that's an HOA cost, but you scale it, right? If I have to hire a guy to come paint my house, I'm paying the whole cost of that, and I'm paying him to come and make a trip to my house. And if you've got scale and you can spread it out over 38 units, we're going to paint all of these together. You get bulk pricing, and you get to spread that out over folks. And HOAs have, they can maintain rainy day funds and those sorts of things. So I think it defrays a lot of the cost. You say, well, we have to pay an HOA fee, and you wouldn't have one if you didn't have an HOA, but you're paying for something that you would otherwise be paying for on your own as it becomes necessary.
And forgive the HOA questions, but I've seen some that have not planned for the future, and then they go belly up, and then we have units that are just out there and uninhabited.
HOAs are, I mean, I don't live in an HOA, but the benefit for the county for an HOA is an enforceability mechanism. If you have a neighborhood of single-family homes or of anything, of duplexes, and you don't have an HOA, you don't have any one central entity that you can enforce against. If you have an HOA that's required to maintain the central road and maintain the stormwater controls and those sorts of things, and they don't, rather than going to each of these people and saying you have your little strip of buffer or your little strip of road you need to maintain, or county has to maintain the road, you can go after this one entity. In other jurisdictions I've worked in, having an association is required for division of property into multiple units for that reason, so that they can, I know the water management districts appreciate it as well. They have somebody they can go to if there's any issues with stormwater control. So they don't have to be an out of control HOA that makes the news for telling people what they can and can't do. It's governed by the 38 owners of these townhomes. So we're certainly not going to be overly burdensome and overly ambitious with what the HOA has to do, but we're going to put it in place and make sure that it's going to maintain, I don't want to say do the bare minimum, but do what is required and make sure that this stays maintained and stays, something that the county doesn't have to do anything with. And then from there, if they want to be more restrictive or say we can or can't fence our backyards, that'll be up to the 38 residents.
Understood. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. So the rendering is where I'm getting the visual a lot better on the pretty rendering.
Yes, well, let me get the big one.
You just passed it.
Yeah,
There
the
you
big
go.
one's the first
I have my iPad so I can blow it up. So it does look like it's side by side 2-car driveway. Is that correct?
Correct.
So
two cars and
plus,
one.
so you could actually fit 3 cars.
Correct.
Theoretically. Most people use their garage for something else. This is a very attractive design. I like this. The density, totally understand that business premise that it should be more affordable. I also heard at the PDC that you kept saying less than Davis Reserve. That doesn't help us.
I don't think I said that. I don't think I said that. I'm not.
Well, you know about the rumor mill. I didn't watch the video, so I just want to make sure, because my understanding, and I'm sure the commissioner to my left can verify this, my understanding is that Citrus Springs is in the 200s for a new home. Yes? Okay, so I would really hope that this is going to be a 1 in front of this product. I really hope that that's where that ends up, because that would seriously help us with workforce housing. And you said you would do a poll to figure out from what the market polling was if it were me and I was buying this product, and I'm putting myself back into that age range. Always had a dog, so I say put all the backyard fences in But here's the cool thing, a real community, if you become best friends with your neighbor, you want to be able to go backyard to backyard. So put a gate with 2 latches on it. And that way, if you love each other, you can leave them unlatched and go back and forth, so.
I've seen the folks that put like a countertop, the top of their fence comes down so they can talk to each other over it and put their drinks on
that's
it and
cool.
stuff, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool, because if you're living there and you got kids that are friends and yada, 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 going in and out the front seems a little awkward, but it's a pretty product. I look forward to hearing what staff says.
Anything else?
Okay, Commissioner Barrick?
Okay. You said a word that I hate, attainable. I don't want to see attainable property. I want to see affordable. When you say workforce, I want affordable houses, okay? At least 50% of our residents make less than $70,000 a year. So she's correct, Commissioner Davis. I would like to see like a 1 instead of a 2. Okay, I know the area, I've been there, I've seen it. It's a nice place to put this. It would fit in what the neighborhood, what the neighborhood has. The little tiny bit that buffers against Davis Reserve has a fence, so it's not gonna bother anything. My question is, the small fences are between every patio, and I saw that on the picture up there. That means that people can use their patio for barbecue or get their chairs out and not see each other, which is kind of nice. I come from an area almost 20 years ago now that had this type of housing. And it is really, really nice because, like Commissioner Davis says, you become friends, you have kids. They become friends, and they can go back and forth with each other. For Commissioner Finnegan, if you looked at his plans, all of the living rooms look out on the backyard. Okay, so they would have something nice to look out on, at least from his rendering, and you are gonna put the trees and the buffers, the way you're saying, okay? The question I have is, do you see sheds going up on the property? Because that, to me, would be a no-no.
It doesn't look like that would be appropriate here, no, I don't think
Well,
that.
that's what I'm saying. In other words, as you start moving along, you know, a shed is a shed.
We're not gonna construct sheds or put sheds on properties and then sell them with sheds. If they, you know.
Well, I know, you know, Habitat for Humanity in Inverness, they were very kind to the people, and they built the house, and each one had a matching shed, which was nice, and they don't have fences between them either, okay? And you look out the backyard, but your living room is looking out on that backyard. And I'm thinking, who wants to look at the neighbor's sheds? Okay? When it comes to HOA, the price, you know, would really be inexpensive because of the fact you're only painting the front and the back of the house. You know, it's not like a whole house. So that would be affordable for the people. But I want it to be an affordable, not an attainable. An attainable to me is a $300,000 house, okay? And that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a small community that follows all our rules and regulations and is attainable for our workforce.
You said it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I want them to attain, but I want it to be, I want it to be affordable. I want them to attain a house, but I want it to be affordable.
Sure. If
And
we
if
come
you-
up and say we're gonna do affordable housing, that has a whole can of worms that goes with affordable housing. That is a term of art that means something and has subsidies attached to it and has federal oversight. If somebody's talking to you about affordable housing and they know what they're doing, they're talking about something that has HUD regulations and you know, all that goes along with that. So I'm not saying that you're wrong in any respect. We want affordable is a concept, but to say affordable housing is a separate concept altogether. And when people come and say they're doing an affordable housing project, that brings other folks to say we don't want to live near an affordable housing project because it's talking about a federal rule and a whole different type of regulatory oversight. So that's why I said attainable, was because the other words that we may otherwise say in normal conversation have been taken by the federal government to mean
Well, how
something
about
else.
we use Citrus County workforce median number?
Okay,
Okay, because
Sure.
it's a lot lower than attainable.
sure.
The ones in Davis Reserve, they're attainable to somebody that sold the house up north and came down here.
Right.
Okay, but if they were a worker, they went to high school here, they graduated high school here, they're not gonna be making six figures when they first come out. And it's gonna take them a while to make six figures. I want people to be able to afford a nice place to live, and it is a nice rendering. And I'm pretty sure our local contractor will do a nice job building a really nice facility.
They do beautiful stuff. They've been in the parade
I've
of
seen the
homes.
stuff
Good,
they do
yeah.
because
Commissioner
they
Barrett?
build in Citrus Springs.
Forgive my interruption, but I know we're talking about a lot of definitions and semantics. He's not gonna promise up
No,
here
hey.
any price for these
No,
at this
at
point.
this
I think
point-
you're sidebarring a conversation, so I wanna keep us moving in a direction. Does anyone else have any more questions? Okay, Melissa, would you like to cross?
I'm sorry.
Yeah? You okay? Yes, ma'am. Okay, would you like to cross? Okay, are you ready for your presentation? Thank you.
Presenting PUD 2025-00010, Hills of Lecanto. This is a zoning map. This is an aerial view of the property and surrounding area. This is actually the adjacent property to the south. This was developed as the part of the original PUD. So again, this is the developed part of the original PUD. It is duplexes, and I think it's a density of around 4 units an acre. 6 units an acre. These are the surrounding single-family residences to the north. This is the master plan for the previous application that was denied, and this is the master plan that's being proposed today. The denied one was 6 units an acre, and this has a density of 7.97 units an acre. This is the proposed master plan. The application does propose the maximum density in medium density residential, maximum ISR site-wide, also maximum floor area ratio site-wide. That's not something that the comprehensive plan has a provision for. The current wastewater system does not have capacity for this project and will require upgrades for the mandatory connection. It is proposed as workforce housing, and I heard you ask some questions about that. At the PDC presentation, the applicant did say that the homes will be market price, and my notes say that they were predicting around the mid-200s for these. The applicant is requesting some deviations. The application appears too dense, too intense, and may be incompatible with the surrounding area. It appears to be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, which has no provision for site-wide floor area ratio. It does not meet the land development code's minimum lot size, and the PDC has a recommended denial of this application. That's all I have unless you have any questions.
Any questions? Ms. Morris, you said there wasn't enough wastewater capacity?
The sufficiency letter says that there is not capacity at this time and that there will be upgrades required for the mandatory connection to wastewater.
So for them to, if this is approved for them to move forward with this project, they need to pay into our current wastewater system to expand the capacity?
Correct.
Okay, and they know this?
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a dollar amount on that, or?
We do not have a dollar amount, and we do not know what exactly upgrades are going to be and what they're going to cost.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Board, anything else?
I'm trying to look at the rescan this, the conditions. Is the wastewater one of the conditions or no?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Which number is it?
Let me look real quick.
I couldn't get mine up, so Commissioner Davis, that's fantastic that you did.
Yeah, it took a while for mine to come up, so
And if you, I can point out, page 582 of your packet is actually the applicant's suggested conditions. They're slightly different because the PDC did not consider these conditions at all.
Sorry. So condition number 2, the project must be served by central water and central sewer.
but that doesn't specify that there's going to be some sort of construction cost to increase capacity,
It does not.
shouldn't it?
Sorry, I'm grabbing the mic again. They would have to find their way to central sewer. In this case, we're giving an FYI. It's going to cost them a little bit more than the people just plug in, but I'm not a sewer person, but it's just telling them they have to figure out how to get there. And they are aware of it, but we don't have a cost at this
So
time.
it's
They're going to have to figure
basically
it
an
out.
extended connection between the neighborhood and our sewer, but we're not having to expand our sewer capacity?
We have to expand our capacity. That's what utilities is saying, yes.
And then but that cost is being borne by the applicant?
Yes, absolutely. That's not something that we would ever undertake, the
Okay.
county.
Any other board questions? And water, there's water that can go out there, just not wastewater?
Water is available. It's only central sewer that's not available.
Okay.
It's available, just not at current capacity.
Okay, and the applicant is pointing out to me that the letter in your packet, and I don't have a page number unfortunately, says that there would be off-site collection transmission system improvements. So not necessarily capacity, but the collection system is going to have to be revised to accept this.
And because I can't get mine up, I'll just ask, so the buffer that they're supposed to have is 25 feet of vegetation and a masonry constructed wall?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. In the revised conditions, they're asking for a 20-foot and a 6-foot vinyl fence instead of the 25-foot.
Anything else, board? Commissioner Davis?
So in my staff briefing yesterday, it was suggested that a 6-foot vinyl fence might actually be more attractive than masonry.
I don't agree with that. How so?
If it's plain concrete, it's going to look like a prison versus
Are they allowed
a
to do
treated.
plain concrete without finishing it with paint or some other, like brick or something?
I know that you can't have exposed brick or block. Most people do put a finish on the fence. We could add that to the conditions if you wish.
Yeah, they just can't have block, like it has to.
I'm just repeating what I heard at my briefing yesterday.
Are you finished, Commissioner Davis? Okay. Commissioner Barrick?
Okay, having been out there, the vinyl fence and the buffers that they're putting, that they had changed to, actually goes with that area. In other words, most of the houses, if they were to put up that cement wall, it would make it look out of place, and it really would look like a little prison. So, you know, when you think about what the thing was and where it is, and aesthetic value for that property in that area, that's why I said I've been out to where this property is to see. That's why I said, yeah, I did have ex parte, and I did go out and see where the property was when I was given the stuff, because I like to see what's going on, because it is my district.
Anyone else? Commissioner Davis?
Yes, just to concur with Commissioner Barrick, I drive by there all the time because I live in the area, and I was able to go by there, and I saw a lot more white vinyl fence than I did anything else. The backside where Davis Reserve is masonry, though. So I don't really mind one way or another, but it seems like the white vinyl probably works better with that area.
I just think white vinyl after a while gets ripped down, hurricanes, moldy. I mean, I guess.
That's on the HOA to keep it up.
True. Well, I don't like the 20 feet instead of 25.
Then maybe do one of one and one of the other.
Well, we'll see where this
25 in
lands.
the 25 in vinyl, but I don't really, I'm not going to die on this hill. I'm just letting you know that I drove through there, and that probably does work just fine, and possibly even better. So,
Thank
just
you.
a thought.
Anyone else? You have something else, Joanna?
Sorry, yes, and one more thing before the staff concludes their presentation. With the applicant's proposed conditions, if you are looking at those, condition number 10 is really the only one that seems to be in opposition to our land development code specifically. That's additional design standards, and they would like to change including those for facade lighting and pedestrian to being only those for facade lighting and pedestrian. This doesn't include everything. There's things like dumpsters, there's parking lot landscaping, signage. I just had a very brief conversation aside with the applicants. I think they're okay with not doing being only, but leaving the wording as including those for facade. The other conditions, it's up to you if you want to accept.
I'm gonna have to see them again. If someone, Commissioner Barrick, you have paper, my computer's not working for me. Oh, yeah, if you could give me a copy, that'd be great, sir. And then on your way up, if you're ready to, if you desire to cross-examine the county, you may. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, really? It doesn't pull up that way? I'm sorry. It's at the very back of the packet.
Do you have another one of these?
Yeah.
Yeah, just maybe give Commissioner Davis another copy. Everybody good? Okay, at this time, I'll open it up to the public. When you come up, you have 3 minutes. If you'd like to speak for or against the application, please state your name and your address. I have some numbers on the cards, but I don't know if they started back over at 1 on break. Does anyone have a number 1 through 5? 6? 7? Any of those numbers ringing a bell? 8? Come on up, Gaston. Try to do this in an orderly fashion. What number is your card?
13.
Just have a seat. I'm going to let Mr. Hall come up.
All right.
Hi there. Don't forget to state your name and where you're from.
Gaston Hall, 2200 West Deer Trail Lane, about 200 feet from the project. On the sewer, I find that strange because I've got 2 letters here from August of last year that says there's capacity in the sewer plant. It says they're going to have to put in maybe a lift station or a gravity feed if they get it into Flying Dutchman, but it's sure showing capacity on this letter right here. It's from the county. And also I got one from Ken Cheek also. So I don't know about that, but I sent y'all an email that had all the stuff I'm talking about, and I know they won't get it all before 3 minutes is up. I live there. I've been through all the projects that tried to build there. I was there back when there was nothing there but cows, watermelons, and deer. So I've gone through the whole stages. This project is very compatible. If you look at the south and you have that low-income subsidized housing, nobody's going to build an expensive house next to that on a 5-acre tract. I mean, just not going to do it. You got Flying Dutchman also there. It's a nice place. It's 80-foot wide lots. There's about 84 lots there. Brandywine was designed to carry Flying Dutchman Phase 2, which is another 84 lots. It never got built because Davis is on top of it now. So that Brandywine Road was designed originally to carry, again, is what they have there currently. Like I say, I don't know about the sewer, but everything else is there. They have 2 access points. If you go down past the low income, there's another access road, joins the 2 together. So there's plenty of lane there to get down. To get down to the gas station and the things you would go down Brandywine, you would not go down the other road. Seeing the rest of it you got on paper here. Are there any questions? And if you look at Davis did the same thing. They put the wall on the outside and they put the landscaping in. And when you look at it, it's just poured concrete. It's no color to it. There's still emblems on there and manufactured numbers on there. No painting. So every lot owner that butts up to that fence is having to go out there and paint it, but they're all not the same color. So think about that. I think the 2 entry sides should have a wall in the back and landscaping in the front so that when you're driving by it, it looks nice. Thank you.
I agree. Landscaping should be outside of the wall.
Yes,
Yeah.
well, they can on two, but on the one to the north and the one to the south, probably want the, the wall there to block through. There's no wall. The low-income places never put a landscaping in, never put a wall in. And it's just wide open to the street. And of course,
Well, how did that happen? Must not this board.
this is many years ago. But, so the cars pull up in the back of those houses and park in the grass, tear up the county right away. And there's a good chance he's gonna be able to get his sewer into Flying Dutchman into that first manhole on the east side. And I support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. And you were 8, Gaston, number 8. Number 9, please. Number 10. Number 11. I don't know what's happening to our numbering system. Hi there.
Hi, my name is Lori Montgomery. I live directly across the street on Pinecone Avenue from where this project is being determined on being built. I am solely, my husband and most of my neighbors are solely against this. I've heard vinyl fencing. If you drive down Pinecone Avenue, not a single neighbor has pinecone fencing. Had we known that Magnolia Village was going to be built, we bought our house in 2005. Had we known that multiple dwelling was going to be there, we would have never bought. Go down Pinecone Avenue, it's property, it's acreage, multi-dwelling, doesn't fit there. Not on Pinecone, put it somewhere else. Okay, so like I said, had we known about Magnolia Village, we would not have bought there. And we're just solely against this project. I don't know as far as legal terms what to do. Glad everybody came, the builders and everybody else, but we just don't want it. And that's all I can say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 11. 12.
My name is Mike Cozy, and I just live 3 lots north of where they're trying to put in this complex. The traffic on this road, I just come in 2 days ago, 2 trucks with rear wheels had to go off the road. It's so narrow of a road. And people are going around on Pinecone to eliminate the light on 486 and 491 because trying to get out Pinecone Avenue to go on 486, the traffic is beyond that. You got to wait and see if somebody's going to let you in. Traffic in that area does not let something like this being built over there. The road's too narrow. There's kids around there. They've even got signs, where I'm on 5 acres. I'm fenced in. But there's just kids going on bikes and stuff on that road. That's dangerous. There wouldn't be room to have sidewalks put in there, plus the widening of the street. The important thing is the widening of the street, but to put 32 houses or places to live in there, that's 60 cars. And if they get visitors, you're talking about too much traffic in a residential area. And I bought back in '78. There was nothing on that street. But I'll tell you what, the traffic right now is terrible. And we really don't need that much more traffic on that narrow road. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. 13.
Hi, my name is Stephen Bagden. I live on 2421 West Springleaf Lane. It's actually, my property is sort of at its heat of this one. If you were to leave the property or this facility, mine would be directly in front of it. My two things, one, a question for the engineer. Water capacity. You're talking about increasing water capacity in an area that basically has had 2 boil water notices in the last month because they haven't been able to keep up with sanitation rate. My question is, with Florida being in a drought, with us being on a burn ban, how are we going to get enough water to support, I honestly, not just this development, but other developments too? So this development specifically, I'm kind of curious as to where you're going to get the water for all these people. Second thing, vinyl fence. I want to say that I probably have the most vinyl fence within, I don't know, half a mile of that place. And I've had to replace sections of it 4 times in the last like 5 years. Yes, it looks good. Yes, it can be cleaned and maintained. Unfortunately, with hurricane force winds, with trees mainly, it comes down a lot. That's going to be extra expenses for every homeowner that they basically have no control over. I think that's pretty much all I have going for me right now. So that's it.
Thank you. Number 14?
My name is Stephen Baggs, my wife Melanie. We live at 2349 North Pinecone. I'm kind of agreeing with all of our neighbors here as far as the fencing goes. I've experienced, you get the vinyl fencing. I worked for a utility company for 40 years. Every time you get a storm, you're replacing all the fence. Davis Reserve behind us, they've installed the slip fencing, concrete slips in, allows percolation underneath it. It's very attractive. I mean, it's 8 feet tall. Super nice fencing. You want to talk about the traffic?
Yes, we know this is going to happen. We know it's progress.
State your name for the
We know
record.
this is progress.
Melanie.
It's going to
State
happen.
your
I'm
name.
Melanie. Sorry, I'm Melanie. I thought you. And that's life. But we need to talk about the elephant in the room. It's not just a traffic. There's inconsistency on that road, and if they do a traffic study, you get to the top of the pine cone, one way it tells you go 25, one way it tells you go 30. What's up with that? There's a sign up there that says congested area. And it's like, why does it do that? Do the people know they're not supposed to be going 25 the other way? It makes no sense. And at the bottom of the very south end of Pinecone, it's congested again, 20, and then you go past Section 8 and it speeds up to 30. We had kids out there playing basketball on the road. You had to stop and go around them. So, we need to address that situation, get the speed limit consistent on that road. It is a dangerous situation. We just had guys drag racing on our road last Friday. It's a very scenic area. If you guys said you've been down there, we all are so proud of what we've got. We've all built nice homes. Neighbors are phenomenal. We also are going to have livestock. We're going to have animals that are going to make noise. We're going to have parties at our homes because we have acreage. We have a neighbor that has phenomenal parties across the street. Are these people going to be okay with that? Because they're in their subdivision. They have their HOA that governs things. We are going to comply with what you guys tell us we can do on our 5 or 2.5 acres. But, they're going to come knocking on our door because they have an HOA and they don't like what we're doing. We just want to make sure everybody's on board and everybody's okay with what's going on. And maybe consider, I know they don't want to do it, but a smaller footprint of this so we all can handle what's going to be progress on that road. So thank you for that, though. Thank you.
Thank you. 15?
Do I have to hold this? Is it on?
Okay, this is Tom Elman, living at 2477 North Pinecone Avenue. They keep extending this, having these repeat meetings in this, trying to fit this oversized project in there. What do they got, like a 20 by 20 foot backyard? Small, and the density is a big problem there, like everybody's going on. So I thought that last meeting or prior to that, that the gentleman said that the price range was going to be around $350,000, and somebody up front here said that I got houses for sale for half that price that's not selling. So we're back to the affordability again there. Thank you for bringing that up a little stronger there. Yeah, it's at $350. That's not affordable to somebody starting. Wasn't there issues that 20-foot was going to be kind of a new problem to divide up for property? There was something mentioned about that at the last meeting there or before then. The lots there, they're trying to compare to the lots in Davis Reserve, but these are going to be a lot closer. And if these are all multiple attached, isn't there a fire safety or something there? Is there going to be like in a hotel room, usually there's a concrete divider wall between each living space to keep the noise down. Are these going to be block construction? Are these going to be wood construction? Are these going to be things that's going to blow down? When you put up fences in whatever the backyard is, 20 by 20 or whatever there and that for privacy, which, yeah, if I had, that's all I got, I want it to be my space there. Put flowers in, put whatever. Let your dog be there. Don't let somebody else's dog in my backyard. These are all common things. There was questions as to, I thought initially they said, oh, well, we thought maybe the county would extend the sewer system to us. And that gets to be where somebody didn't do much homework. They come in and say, hey, let's buy this up, and hey, we're gonna propose this, and yeah, they'll let us in here. I thought they already said there was gonna be no, you're not gonna bring the sewer to them. They have to do their own septic systems and that, whatever that's called, whatever it's gonna called for, if they're gonna treat it and pump it into the main system or whatever. But yeah, I think the gentleman said they were gonna pay for that cost, or decided that, yeah, that's what they're gonna have to do if they're gonna connect up to something, because they don't have enough room for leach field. You got these water areas here that are gonna be retention areas. Those are not living recreation spaces. Didn't they have to take out all the gullies between all the properties there at Davis Reserve just to get the foot areas to say they were 50-foot wide lots or whatever? Because they had a flat area and then they gullied them. And they came back and they had to rework all that property 2 or 3 times just because I lived there on the other side of that beautiful concrete 8-foot wall.
Thank you for your comments. 15, 16?
Hello. My name is Katrina Letourneau, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Citrus County Building Alliance. I wanted to focus on some of the talking points that were brought up and some of the questions, along with some reasons why the Building Alliance supports this. First of all, with all these talks and studies that have been going on recently, we've had more pressure with development from national builders. I'd like to highlight the fact again that this is a local builder. This is somebody that lives in this area. That means that they're using local subs, and all of that money is being spent here. So I do feel like that deserves some recognition. This project is also qualifiable for FHA loans. Correct me if I'm wrong. So as far as first-time home buyers, this project is something that is able for them to apply for. This project also wants to use central water and sewer. We're concerned about all the septics that are coming in with new development. Not one single septic system will be put in here. Also, this is accessible for public transportation. So we've been putting our heads together. You know, this is difficult. Growth is hard. You know, I have compassion for the people behind me because we all enjoy our own quiet space. However, this property is set up for this. They are not upzoning. They are not asking for the density to be increased. They are within their parameters that have already been set up for this property. This is what the CCBA considers smart strategic growth. This is in an area where infrastructure exists. This is not promoting sprawl. We all know from speaking recently that that's a big concern in our community. We have pressure from national developers coming in, and they're picking areas that might not necessarily have the infrastructure and resources in place. This is a half a mile from town. What better location do you want? The property was already set up for this. This project also exemplifies the goal of building up rather than building out. They've chosen to make their footprint smaller so there could be more green space, so they have 2 floors instead of 1. It does, compact them a little bit when you're looking at this whole plan, which was the reason for the driveway. However, they're trying to take up less of the overall footprint of the property. No county upkeep because of the HOA. We're dealing that with our roads right now, trying to figure out how that's going to take place. So having the upkeep through the HOA takes the burden off of the county long term. Keep in mind, as far as the concrete wall that you're considering versus the fencing, they're obligated to keep up with all of the same county ordinances that we all are. If there's an issue with the fence, being broken, they're held to the same standard as anybody else. And also, if we're concerned about the cost of the overall project, just consider that concrete wall is going to be substantially more expensive. That's not something that I know that they have an issue with or not. I'm sure that's the only condition they're willing to comply. But just keep in mind that the overall goal is to have a more affordable price point. So if they did have to do a concrete wall, that would, increase the overall cost altogether. Let me see any other notes that I have. Oh, the only other thing that I said is, in our discussions a lot when we're in our governmental affairs that you guys have all been to before, the labels about affordable, low income, attainable workforce, it's all kind of melded together. So attainable just refers to housing that's affordable but doesn't need government subsidies in order to get into. So when you say more of the affordable time or the affordable label right now, that generally refers to something that somebody's going to have like a special provision, special projects, 501c coming in and helping them with certain types of credits sometimes. So attainable just generally refers to housing that you don't have to have a subsidy to be able to get into. It's just to clarify that. So thank you.
Thank you. Number 17.
Hi, my name's Dwayne Hitchcock. I live at 2287 North Pinecone, right next to this lovely project that they want to put in here. And it's a beautiful project, guys. It looks really good. But I don't want it in my backyard. Okay, we've talked about this before. Bad enough you denied them 36 units. Now you're going to give them 38 units or possibly give them 38 units. That's going to be above the fence, just looking in my backyard every day. Number 2, where's all the runoff water going to go from this property? You got a couple of small retention ponds in there, but the water comes to my property now. So what we're going to do when we put roofs and asphalt out there? What's going to happen to the roads with all the traffic that goes in there? And like I said, the pictures are beautiful. I like it. But I just don't want it in my backyard. Why does it have to be 38? Why did it have to be 36? Why couldn't it have been half that? They still could have made a good living out of it. And that's what it's all about. Who's going to make the biggest dollar? Because I don't believe anybody cares how many people you can stuff in a house once they get it done and built and moved on. I don't think that's a care in the world for anybody. Like I said, we've met up here several times with the same conversation about building this massive house, the massive building project in a residential neighborhood where there's single-family homes. That's why we bought there. That's pretty much all I got to say. So y'all do it however you want to.
Thank you. Number 18.
What number?
18. Welcome home, sir. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, thank you. My name is Herb Sickler, and I live on Pinecone and Woodview at the corner. And what I'm trying to say is that the traffic going from Woodview to Pinecone, coming off of 491 and 486, is terrific now. And if we have 38 units like this coming in, we won't be able to get in or out of our property due to the fact that it's going to be busy. But we're going to have the red lights on both ends to get out on the main roads. I really don't know what to say other than what's going on with our property. I thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Okay.
Number 19.
Hi, my name is Idonna Davis, and I live at 2454 West Woodview Lane, Lecanto. And again, reiterating everybody else that's here, we've been up here several times in the past and everything. I want to first mention the fact that I moved in this area in 1985. I moved to where my current location is in 1998. We had a homeowners association. It is now defunct. Homeowners associations typically defunct after 10 years unless they've been kept up. Homeowners associations are only as good as the people that live there. They come and go constantly. There is no guarantee that any homeowners association is going to benefit anybody, period. We were able to abolish the homeowners association in our area because of all the conflicts that we had with the other area, which didn't acknowledge us. And second of all, we never got notification. I understand you said you sent out notifications to everybody. We never see anything. We never see anything. If it hadn't been for Lori over here, we wouldn't have known about this one. We didn't know about the one in December either. So it's really an injustice to the neighborhood, really. You know, everybody needs to be notified. First of all, no one in Woodview Lane has ever been notified. And what the heck is an ISR and an FAR? Let's see. And what does the invasion, when does this invasion of our low-density residentials stop? We're in a low-density residential area. When did this become MDR? And when did that come about? So when does the eyesore for our little community, we have to also consider our wildlife, which we constantly get run over, squirrels, turtles, raccoons, coyotes. We all like them. You know, if they don't like them, get away. The sewer. We had a big issue about the sewer the last time. The traffic on the roads and the upkeep. Currently, right now, our roads are breaking up big time. Who's going to service those? Is those part of the county? Is the county going to service these roads? The traffic area? I want to invite each and every one of you, come out to our house. I just put in a new chain link fence, spent a lot of money on that so that we could have protection. Any one of you come out there and sit on my front porch or sit in our garage and just watch the traffic from the morning to the evening, and you will be amazed. It's like Grand Central. And again, you got speeders. I sometimes want to throw out a nail or something out there so that they can stop them. You know, we're very conscious of that. So let me keep. Where else was I? And what town are you talking about that's only a half a mile away? What town are you talking about that's only a half a mile away?
You have to direct here. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. What town is a half a mile away? That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Davis, ISR is impervious surface ratio, and FAR is floor area ratio.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 20. 21. 22. Who's next? Are there any more speakers? Well, come on. Can I?
I'm 28 and I feel like I'm at Publix at the deli.
The gentleman behind you was trying to get up, but that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. If he wants to go first, sorry about that.
He's just struggling.
I'm Ken Frank. I'm just here as a Joe Blow citizen, City Coast River, 1301 Southeast 4th Avenue. Just first, a little bit about the applicant. I don't know how much you guys know Townsley Construction and Josh McDermott. Where'd Josh go? There's Josh over there. I met Josh 3 or 4 years ago. One of my mentors, Tom Williford, introduced me to him and his family. And if anybody knows Tom, he's a good judge of character, and so these are really good people. It's a family operation. He works with his father, Rusty, who you've probably seen Dream Custom Homes. I think he was a big partner in that. His aunt works there, runs the office, and his sister works there as well. And if you look at the redhead, I think you can pick them all out. As far as this project, I'm a civil engineer. I've done a ton of these projects in the past. This one checks all the boxes. It's surrounded by utilities on 3 sides. Pinecone's got them. It's got them to the south and to the east as well. So connectivity utility-wise is a natural for this. It's pretty normal to have to do offsite sewer upgrades. We're not talking about a whole plant upgrade, but it may be a pump change out or a line increase someplace, and that's obviously that's doable. And I know that because I used to run that system when I was Public Works Director here, so that system's set up for this. As far as roadway, they're connecting at 2 points, plus it's also giving additional connectivity to the Flying Dutchman Estates to get out to Pinecone, so it's naturally set up to just provide connectivity for traffic. And we can't forget this is zoned for this. It has to go through a PUD process so the board can be comfortable with what product they're doing. And it seems to be centered around, I know we can't use affordable because that is definitely a HUD term, but I like to use the word just reasonably priced housing. And when I was running for school board last year, one of my stops along the way, I went and talked to the HR director for the school board and said, hey, how come you're having trouble getting teachers? And it's housing. And not only is this, so it checks a couple of boxes. Number one, they can be able to afford this. And the big thing is they can own it and start getting equity. So they're not throwing their money away. So to me, it's a really good project. I promised I wasn't getting in the weeds on some specifics, but I just can't help myself. I heard a couple things. When it comes to an HOA, the Water Management District is going to require them to file articles of incorporation, and it's basically an HOA that can't go away. Some of these older subdivisions, I used to live in Timberlane. We had an HOA in there, but it was not compulsory. You didn't have to join it, so it really didn't do much. This will be compulsory, so everybody has to join it. There will be a board of directors made up by the residents there, and they know what they have to take care of. So there'll be funding sources to take care of that. And just kind of going back to affordability, affordability is directly equivalent to density. So that's how they're able to keep the cost reasonable on this. So I think it's a really good project. I'm only here just as a resident. I've known these guys for several years, and they're going to do good things. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Most of you know me by now, but that presentation that he gave tonight wouldn't have sold the smartest.
Sir, you have to state your name and where you live in the record. I know every
Ferguson, Bull City. Sorry about that. But that presentation that they give you tonight couldn't have sold anything to the smartest Labrador retriever I had. They didn't begin to tell you what it was going to be. A place that's got 2-car garages is not cheap. Parking lots are cheap. They just didn't do a good job of explaining what is taking place. If they had, I would have been convinced. They have a nice project there. It may not be the best for where it's going, but they didn't come up to you and address, how am I going to make this sellable? How am I going to make it live? Convince you they had something good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Michael Deem, 5572 North Twinkle Point, Beverly Hills, Florida. I'm here in support of this project. It fits all the boxes of what we're trying to do as a county. We use affordable as a basis of be able to pay for something, but in reality, with today's wages and some of the times in our age, I'm looking at things that my kids are paying for, and I would never pay for that at that point, but they would, and that's where affordable comes in. This project is affordable in that you're going to have mid-level orderlies, doctors, nurses that are going to be at the hospital. And they're also going to have workforce players, the tradesmen and so forth. They're going to be able to afford this to start. I myself started in a townhome and worked my way up to the housing and with my family. So it checks all the boxes, I think, in that what we're looking for as a county. It's affordable in that some of the people that we are going to look for, the doctors and the orderlies that are starting out, they're not going to have a ton of money coming in, but they'll be able to afford it from a standpoint of a regular mortgage. The other thing is that I think Mr. Letourneau took that from me a little bit of my point, but I'll embellish a little bit. It's a local contractor, okay, who employs local tradesmen, and he makes sure that those tradesmen are supported against everything else. They will also support the community, as does Townsley Construction. You don't see D.R. Hortons and Lennars on the back of Little League jerseys and on soccer fields and banners at the high schools. All you see is the local product. What these big builders come in, and they will come in, the same thing that they're doing right now, they're going to come in with large-scale projects, 300 units, okay? But they'll bring all their tradesmen in, okay, from outside, and they're going to take away from the county. They're not going to give back anything. So this is one of the things that I think that Mr. Letourneau said, was that this is a local contractor who is, engrossed into the community from a standpoint of being able to give back. And you're not going to get that from large-scale developers that come in. And the other thing I really want to say is I've been up here many times in my 40 years of being in the county about, playgrounds and parks, trying to get those developed. A lot of times, I hate to say it, not this commission, but a lot of commissioners kick the can down the road. Somehow we got to make a decision that this is the right product for the right time in the right place. I think this is where we need to be as a commission, that you county commission say, this is what we need to have in this county at this particular time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? You can only come up if you have not spoken yet. Any new speakers? Okay, I'm going to close the public portion. Applicant, would you like to have any rebuttal?
Austin Daly, Klein & Klein Law Firm, 40 Southeast 11th Avenue, Ocala, Florida, 34471. I want to just kind of run down a few of the things that were said and make sure that we're clear on our standpoint and what we want to convey here. So some of what was said, well, I'll start by saying I understand concerns of neighbors. We all do, and you're not going to, I don't think, find a request for a zoning for a housing development near houses where you have the neighbors come and say, we'd love that in our backyard. It just doesn't happen. No one wants anything to change, and I sympathize with them, but we've got a medium density residential piece of property that is prime for the type of development that this county has been looking for, and that the folks that are looking for a house that they can afford are going to be thankful to have. So first of all, I want to clarify, the prior applications were not us. That was not this owner, that was not this builder, that was not me as the attorney. We have nothing to do with what was applied for previously. This is the first application on this. We've gone to one PDC hearing and this one. And that prior one had issues with sewer because they were going for septic. We've not asked for that. We're asking to connect to water and sewer. To quickly address, the letter said that there is capacity, but there is a connection distance that we're going to have to reach. That's understood and part of the process. So prior to any final building permits, we're going to have that addressed in our site plan along with everything else. The other one that's kind of one of those that gets addressed after the zoning hearing but before building is traffic. So whatever the county code requires for traffic improvements is going to have to be done, and the impact fees from this development and others can be used to make further traffic improvements at other locations if there's traffic issues around here. We're going to meet fire and building code. There will be firewalls between them. There's special types of building codes for attached residences, and we're going to meet those. That was brought up. And so then on the, I guess we'll go back to the fence and buffer and the buffer distance there. So our plan would be, if we had vinyl fence, that we placed inside the buffer. That was part of the slide that I jumped ahead on earlier, that the fence would be on the inside. So from the outside looking in, the neighbors will see the vegetative buffering that's outside. If you look at our site plan here, and you can see the stormwater retention, that north boundary being at 20 feet, if it goes to 25 feet, it pushes the houses down 5 feet, it pushes the 50-foot road down 5 feet, it pushes the other lots down 5 feet, and it narrows that stormwater pond along that south boundary. That becomes an engineering concern that we're not sure about at this time. The 20 we know works. The 20 is how this project was designed. If there is some request from this board, if it would be beneficial, if the board would appreciate it, they can do an 8-foot vinyl fence. We've looked at that. If that's something that the board, at the pleasure of the board, an 8-foot vinyl fence on the inside of a vegetative buffer at that 20-foot distance would be our request. And I'll finally kind of close with 2 things. One, if you have a question about anything that we have said or put in your packets, please ask. I'm happy to tell you. We heard some testimony about, I heard that this was said by somebody else at some other meeting that we didn't attend. I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have about anything that was raised. The final statement, this is a golden opportunity for you guys to approve some housing that's going to be a product type that people can get into. The price point of anything sold in the United States of America is determined by what people can make it for and what people can buy it for. So if there are products that are put on the market at a price that people aren't willing and able to pay, then they will not sell. So we're going to do the market research. We're going to see what people are looking for in a townhome of this size in this location, and it by its very nature, it's going to have to be lower than what somebody would have to pay for a new construction detached home in the same area. It just, no one would pay more or even the same price for an attached townhome. So while we and no other developer in America is going to come up and say what the price is going to be, which is totally dependent on input costs and interest rates and everything else that goes into that, and there's no subsidies being put here. The intention and the design and the product type selection and all those things that have gone into it have been directed at making a product type that is not currently served in the county, that is not an option that people have, that fits that missing middle that all the home attainability surveys and studies have identified, that this is something that would close that gap between rental and buying a detached single-family home. It's in a location that's primed for it. It's got all the connectivity, and we've spent a lot of time and energy and taken a lot of input on designing something that checks those boxes. So again, any questions that you guys have, happy to answer them.
Commissioner Bays.
So there's ingress, egress, both on Brandywine and Pinecone?
Correct.
And then, just looking at your rendition, because it called for sidewalks, but it appears that it looks like it's all driveway with some landscaping that divides the driveways. Is that your intent, or is this just an idea?
Well, there's sidewalk on the road there.
Right here.
I mean,
This.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see. Oh, where are we at? This isn't my presentation. I don't know. No, I mean, that rendering, I don't think the site plan would be more appropriate than the rendering in that regard. I don't know about the sidewalk on the rendering. Oh, there we go.
Because I actually like this idea better.
No sidewalks? We're okay with that.
Well, I mean, the way you did it here, because it makes more sense.
Yeah.
And I think it would be
Well,
10 times more aesthetically pleasing.
the original condition was a sidewalk on one side of the road. I think staff had changed it to both sides of the road. We, frankly, would prefer less sidewalks than more. But whatever the pleasure of the board is in that regard, we're okay with.
That's all my questions.
Just for the system, when you're finished talking, just remember to turn off your mic, and then I can see if anyone else is green. Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm clear on your buffers. You're asking for 20 feet all the way around? It seems like that's what I'm looking at instead of just where the retention pond is, the DRA.
Okay, I can clarify. Is we back
Bring
on
that picture back up.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
There you go.
It's kind of zoomed weird, but what am I looking for here?
I think you passed it.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
So the south boundary, because it's like zoning to like zoning, only required a 5-foot sod strip. We are proposing we would also fence the south as we fence the rest of the property as an additional thing that we'd be willing to do. The buffering on the other sides is what staff was proposing, a 25-foot type D buffer with a wall, and we're asking for the 20-foot type D buffer with the vinyl fencing.
Well, on the north side, that's a low-density residential.
That's why those sides have the 20-foot versus the 5-foot strip. The south is where we abut the same zoning. That's why the south does not have a 20-foot or 25.
But the county says you need 25.
Not on the south.
Not right where the 5-foot is, but
Correct.
around all the other sides.
Yes, ma'am. The county is, the staff proposed 25-foot with type D with a masonry wall. We're requesting 20-foot with a vinyl fence. And a lot of that, like I said before, comes down to the stormwater calculations and the way the property and the flows happen on this property. To move that top line down 5 feet compresses the retention area 5 feet at the bottom, which becomes a stormwater issue.
Assuming that's why the county said words like too intense, too highly dense, because of that, because we can't do the appropriate buffers.
It's within the density limitations of MDR, but, I mean, so I took issue with that mostly at the PDC because it was brought up by staff more there in their presentation, but the intensity and the density of this project is within the MDR rules for a PUD. We're not asking for an expansion or an increase in the comprehensive plan density. And we've got these additional conditions put in place where we're buffering more intensely on the bottom than would be required by adding fencing to it.
But less where all of the low-density people are with all the acreage. That's why I think they're saying too intense, right? Because if you went by the county standards where it's LDR, I don't know that you could fit everything in there.
Well, I hear our engineer whispering, and I'm wondering if he has anything. Are you good? You guys mind if I have the engineer to discuss some of this?
Jared Young, engineer for the project.
Who are you
missed
with?
the question, sorry. Coastal Engineering. I had missed your question, sorry.
We were talking about the county saying that, like, words like too intense, but the question was if you kept 25 feet on all the sides where you're supposed to have 25 feet, could you fit everything in your project?
So with the shape of the ponds, it just condenses everything. The long ponds are not as efficient as a square pond, so you don't get as much volume. Without doing calculations, I can't say for sure, but as drawn, you know, that was our initial vision for the project, and we know we can make that work. And I just wanted to bring it back to, we are putting the fence on the inside of the buffer, essentially giving 20 feet to the neighbors, you know, not physically, but that property is, that 20 feet buffer is separated from the internal development, where if the wall were on the outside, you know, they're just looking at the wall. So that is
That's a good point.
benefit there.
There's an additional 15 feet of setback from the buffer to those dwellings as well. So you got 35 feet from the boundary line before you get, so 20 feet of buffering, 15 feet of open setback before you get to the dwelling.
Before you get to what?
To the dwelling,
I
to the
see.
house.
That would include their backyard.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Before the engineer goes away. one of the neighbors brought up a concern that this property currently drains onto his property. Are you going to be able to contain all of the stormwater on this property?
Yeah, so we'll be required to meet all the rules of SwiftMud, the water management district. You know, this area is really sandy soil, so if you're driving by, you know, the ponds out there are probably dry most of the time. Any water that was on the site has to stay on the site. Anything that historically would flow off the site can flow off the site. Our, you know, intention is always to maintain all the stormwater within the development. not
Did you
send
just
anything
say
additional.
things that have flowed off the site can stay flowing off the
Yeah, so
site?
you can't increase the amount of water that's going to discharge to the adjacent property. So again, our intention is to maintain all of the stormwater within the ponds with no discharges. So we would not be sending any water off-site.
You're not making me completely comfortable with that
We
statement.
will not send any water off-site. It'll all be contained within the proposed
Okay.
DRAs.
And you were willing to do an 8-foot wall if we gave you a 20-foot setback?
8-foot fence, yes.
Or 8-foot fence, sorry.
Correct.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
And did that include your closing?
Yes, that's fine, unless you guys have anything else for me.
Oh,
Okay.
one of the residents, so doing a rebuttal, you should probably perhaps answer the fire concerns with any sort of firewalls in between. You know, I assume the Florida Building Code is what you're going to follow, but I haven't heard any of these cases or only one before, so I'm not really up to speed on what the rules are for townhomes.
Yes, ma'am, we have to meet Florida Building Code, and there are firewalls required, and Josh actually met with some folks at the fire division here about this project as we went through the application process to make sure that this product type was something that would fall within their rules.
Thank you. You realize part of this is just us getting you to say things
Sure.
into the record, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So we can get you if we need
Anything
to.
else you'd like me to say in the record, I'm happy to. I'll talk.
Are you comfortable adding a condition that you will contain all stormwater on site?
That's an engineering, I mean, I'm not gonna, that is outside of my expertise
I
area.
totally put your engineer on the spot,
Yeah.
but I did it for a very good reason.
Sure.
I have owned so many farms and small farms, so I'm really concerned about taking care of the neighbors if this goes
We would
forward.
meet all the requirements of the SwiftMud permits. They would not let you send water that would inundate a neighbor that's not already receiving that water.
That's the thing that is bothering me is the problem, is not already receiving that water. If it's already a problem for them, it would be really nice to take that
So I
problem
don't think
away.
there's any flood zone in the
Mhm.
area or on the adjacent properties, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah,
But again, without looking at the
because
map,
when you grade it, I assume you're gonna grade everything
Everything to
into
the
your
ponds,
two DRAs.
Yeah.
So, okay.
That I could add without being an engineer, which is that currently the property doesn't have any stormwater controls. It's not built by anyone other than how God created it with a slope that goes that way. So we're putting a pond, that's one of the reasons the pond is put in that location, is because that's the direction the water flows. So we'll catch that in the pond to the south, and then within the property, there's stormwater systems that direct that water. So right now, it's flowing across the ground to wherever it goes. We're gonna direct the vast majority. I'm no engineer, so I don't know. Maybe we can't say 100% of it because some of it lands on the buffer zone or something like that. That becomes a difficult promise to make. But within the project, we've got it designed within y'all's code, within SwiftMud's requirements to contain water.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, board, what is your pleasure?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
a couple things. First of all, I had a little bit of difficulty following along with condition number 10. We're changing something to include.
Instead of it being only, we're going back to including.
You could say that into the
I see.
microphone.
The words being only, that they're asking for would keep the word including. We did not put every standard of that section in this code, dumpsters, signage, et cetera. And the applicant said verbally they were okay with taking out their proposed words of including. being only, and changing that back to including.
I see. All right, very good, thank you.
And before she goes away, Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis.
the same item, number 10, they had asked for, to the extent applicable to a residential townhome development, is that going to be added or no?
I don't really have any concerns with that because a residential townhome development is a non-residential by our land development code, so it would apply anyway.
Okay.
It's not, I looked at that and went, but it doesn't really change it.
It's superfluous words?
Somewhat. I think they're being
Okay.
very, very, very cautious, but I don't think it overrides anything.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Bass. So multiple can be on at the same time. It's just the order that they're in. Commissioner Bass and then Kennard.
Going back to what I said earlier when I was asking about the sidewalks, because that's condition 11, I am really a proponent of what they did in the rendering because it's not sidewalks, there's a landscape divide between the driveways, and then there's the concrete that goes all the way out to the street. And I particularly really like that a lot versus having sidewalk and driveways that are adjoining. I think it makes aesthetically a much more pleasing development, and it also gives some separation between and having that landscaping between the driveways.
Ms. Morris, is that considered sidewalk, how it was drawn in the picture that Commissioner Bass is referring to?
I understand, but if you're looking at the rendering, it's all concrete and from the driveways to the road, so it's not a defined sidewalk, but there's a landscaping in between the driveways.
And there should be landscaping between those. Those are actually driveway aprons that all connect.
Okay.
So instead of having separate driveway aprons, they've connected the driveway aprons.
Okay.
Commissioner Kennard.
I'll go ahead and make a motion for approval of PUD 2025-00010, including all of the conditions. And let's see, condition number 2, I believe it was the connection to sewer. And I'm still a little bit concerned about whether or not we have capacity, but if you've got a letter says we've got the capacity, fine, but if there's any increased capacity necessary, then the applicant needs to pay for that. They need to cover the charges of that, as well as getting to our existing sewer line. Condition number 10, we would take out being only to, we would change that to include. And condition number 11, each of the driveway aprons would be connecting with landscaping in between the driveways to separate them by the units.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard.
There's a number 7, they said 8-foot fence.
I don't know that an 8-foot fence, because the fence, and I'm fine with it if that's the direction the board wants to go, but I don't know that an 8-foot fence gets you anything more. I know the concern by one of the neighbors was, the townhomes are gonna be looking down into their yard, and I get it. That just happened to my house when my neighbor went up. But if it's 6 foot or 8 foot, they're still gonna be looking over top of that fence. But you will have that 20-foot buffer that hopefully as that vegetation matures, that blocks out some of that view. So, if the board wants to go 8 foot, I would be fine with that, but I don't think that it gets you anything other than adding to the cost of the project, thus adding to the cost of each one of the units.
Commissioner Kennard, as you're making your motion, I may be missing it, but I don't see where it's actually in writing here that the buffer would be on the outside of the fence. I could be missing it. That would have to be added. It's not on there.
Yeah, good catch. Then I would say absolutely that needs.
Commissioner Barrett, turn your mic off.
Okay, so it's not working out like it's supposed to.
Yes, I would say we can add that then as a condition, that the fence is on the inside of the project, all of the buffering is on the outside towards the neighboring properties.
Okay.
I'm on a set.
Excuse
Is that
me.
one specific side?
She wants to know if it's a specific side or all sides.
Do I have to wait until it turns? There we go. All sides.
Thank you. Okay, a motion by Commissioner Kennard,
Second,
second by Commissioner
with
Barrett.
all the conditions that Commissioner Kennard put in.
Any further board discussion?
Ma'am,
Yes.
sorry, I had my little light on.
I can't see your light.
No, anyway.
I see you. Commissioner Davis is ahead of you, though?
No, I thought we were about to call for a vote, so I.
Okay. Madam Attorney?
I was trying to get in before y'all voted. So I don't think that that 20-foot buffer applies to all sides because there's a 5-foot strip on one side. So that would not apply to all sides. It would
That
be.
wasn't the question. The question was if the vegetation had to be outside of the fence on all sides, and Commissioner Kennard said, yes, on every side, the vegetation needs to be outside of the fencing.
There's no wall on the south side. There's no fence on the
Yes.
south side.
Yes, there
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, it's fenced.
I thought it was just a 5-foot strip. I'm sorry. I apologize.
They said they would fence that. They were adding that. They're fencing all sides. And the vegetation will be outside of that fence on every side.
I apologize.
No worries.
The only other thing I would like to say is you all are not voting on the conceptual renderings or the conceptual floor plans. So those are just in your packets as demonstrative aids, but those are not, it might not look anything like that when it's done. Just want to make sure y'all understand that.
Thank you. And I also, I think I see how the vote's going to be going, but for future reference, when we vote on things, this is something that we've talked about the workforce housing definition that we talked about earlier, exactly for this, that people say workforce housing, but there is never any commitment for under the dollar amount. Obviously, the applicant made a good point. If they're doing this type of construction, it's going to be cheaper than a single-family home because, for obvious reasons, no one's going to pay as much money for that as a single-family home. So I understand the lower prices, but until we start asking for that, we're gonna keep getting what we're getting. Any other board comment? Commissioner Kennard?
No, I'm waiting to vote.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Congratulations. Excuse me 1 second. It is 6:44 and this meeting's adjourned.
No, we have another.
Oh, I totally forgot there's never mind. Meeting's back on. I'm sorry, I was letting her ask a question because I thought the meeting was over.
It's okay, I made a mistake too.
It happens to the best of us. We're gonna, Board, I'm gonna take a 2-minute recess for the room to clear. So Ms. Davis, if you have a question, you have it within the next 2 minutes. Well, we can't conduct this with all this going on. Well, you know how to clear a room.
I know. We're at the speed round. Go ahead, Ms. Lynn. You got the floor here.
Yes. Commissioners, at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending ordinance 2012-06, the Citrus County Land Development Code as amended by amending section 2401, low intensity coastal and lakes district CL, section 2402, rural residential district RUR, section 2403, coastal and lakes residential district CLR, section 2404, Central Ridge Residential District, CRR, Section 2405, Low Density Residential District, Section 2406, Medium Density Residential District, Section 2407, High Density Residential District, Section 2412, General Commercial District, Section 2416, Public Semi-Public Institutional District, Section 2419, Agricultural District, Section 2423, Port District, Section 2500, Types of Uses, Section 3230, Certified Recovery Residences, Section 11005A, Lot Reconfiguration, Section 11015, Large Lot Rural Subdivision, Section 11020, Replats, Substantially Similar Plats, Section 11025, Preliminary Plat Improvement Plans Required, Section 11035, Final Plat Required, Section 11042, Improvement Agreements Required, Section 11043, Amount and Type of Security, Section 11044, Completion of Improvement, Section 11045, Maintenance by Condominium Owners Association or Co-op, providing for severability, providing for conflicts of law, providing for codification, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective.
Thank you. All right, this is a Land Development Code amendment. All those land use districts that you heard are to add certified recovery residences. That is a requirement from Florida statutes. I put the statute in your packet. There is a new provision in statutes that we have to add this in our Land Development Code. So I put those everywhere that halfway houses would be allowed. So if a halfway house was allowed by permit in that district, a certified recovery residence would. If it's not allowed, or if it's allowed with a conditional use example, just like a halfway house, they are prohibited in the coastal high hazard area, just like halfway houses, unless they're directly on a principal arterial. There's also a new section for certified recovery residences. This is also required by statute that we give them a reasonable accommodation if for some reason they're denied. So if they have a conditional use and the PDC denies them, the statute says we have to give them a accommodation for hearings. So that would be coming before y'all if for some reason the PDC denied it. The rest of the stuff in here is basically some cleanup of the subdivisions. We're getting rid of the replat substantially similar plat definition that's just causing some confusion. We're getting a lot more out-of-county surveyors and engineers, and it's not helping them in any way. It's just mixing things up. It was a nice thought when it happened. The way things have evolved, it's not helping. So a lot of it is cleanup. We don't need 20 copies of things anymore. We want digital. Not a lot a lot of wording, but not a lot of changes. Planning and Development did discuss this on January 15th, 2025, and they did recommend approval.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
That concludes it.
Would anyone from the public like to say anything about this? Okay, I will close public comment. Board?
Madam Chair, motion to approve OA 2025000004.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. And now it's 6:52 and this meeting's adjourned.
Now you can.